Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety and Justice is hereby called to order. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, listening and viewing audience. What a beautiful, beautiful way to start the week. Today is officially TGIM. I know we are familiar with TGIF, but I decided to coin the phrase TGIM. Thank God it's Monday. First of the week, you have a chance to see your colleagues you haven't seen all weekend. Teachers in the classroom having a chance to meet, have a dialogue with their students they haven't seen for the whole weekend, get ready to get motivated for the week. It's really, really good for me to be here, back at work, after a serious bout with Corona that took me out of commission for about 4 weeks. Needless to say, I almost actually didn't make it through. However, thanks to the many prayer warriors for lifting me up in your prayers, I'm on my way to a full recovery. Just working on rebuilding my lung capacity, which should be back up to 100% in the next couple of months, as long as I keep with my swimming, bicycling, and exercising and stuff. To everyone within the sound of my voice, please take the time to consult with your healthcare provider and consider taking the vaccine. COVID is not something to play with. And to my Vice Chair, Senator Dwayne, take no prisoners, de Graaf. Savan Massive all the way. Thank you for standing in and taking the helm of the committee in my absence. Thanks for the 43, brother. A little bit of housekeeping. Block 2 was removed from today's agenda by the bill sponsor, and Block 3 was removed from today's agenda, but it will definitely be heard on a later date. That's going to be a very interesting hearing, so make sure you tune in. On a lighter note, we have a wonderful hearing this morning where we'll hear from the superstars of the Department of Justice. But before we get into that hearing, last month was Sexual Awareness and Child Abuse Month. I had the pleasure of participating in a drive-out on St. Thomas, which was organized by the Family Resource Center and the VI Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Council. Both of these agencies have been fighting for victims and victims' rights for years, and they should be applauded and recognized. Major kudos for all that you do for our community. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. We know that each year, many Virgin Islanders face the reality of living with a mental illness, whether it's a family member, a friend, or themselves. Each May, the National Alliance on Mental Health, as well as local organizations, join the national movement to raise awareness about mental health. Each year, the Department of Health, as well as other organizations in the VI, fight the stigma, provide support, educate the public, and advocate for policies that support people with mental illness and their families. I know that locally we tend to shun away from seeking assistance from a psychiatrist. However, having a mental health professional to talk with can greatly help you to overcome whatever traumatic experiences that you may have suffered, and can greatly improve relationships with loved ones and family members, as well as give you a peace of mind. On another note, you know, as senators, some people think that we sit in an office all day and come up with laws, amendments, and policies. However, we also go out into the neighborhoods and meet with many different organizations. We even meet with and tour many of the governmental agencies so that we can see firsthand exactly what employees have to endure at their place of work on a daily basis. These tours help us to create stronger laws and appropriate the necessary funding for each agency to function at its optimum peak. Several weeks ago, we had the opportunity of touring the parks with Commissioner Calvert-White. And let me tell you, the employees at Sports, Parks, and Recreation have been doing a yeoman's job of maintaining the parks across the territory so that when COVID restrictions are lifted, our young people will have fully functioning parks to utilize. I know we sometimes tend to criticize commissioners and directors when they aren't producing, but we seldom take time to recognize the commissioners who are excelling. Take a look for yourselves at the hard work that Commissioner White and his team has been doing during this COVID period. Media. Good day. This is your Outlaw Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. I serve as the Vice Chair of the Committee on Sports, Parks, and Recreation, along with the Chairman, Senator Samuel Carrion. Recently, we toured most of the facilities of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation and St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, along with Commissioner Calvin White and his auspicious team. Accompanying us were Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Javon James, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Franklin Johnson, as well as support staff from my other colleagues.
Our tour began in St. Thomas with the Doris Hodge Tennis Courts in Subbase. This facility is slated for a makeover to include brand new LED lighting and an acrylic surface layer to offer greater consistency of bounce, which is the professional standard of tennis courts around the world. Residents of the VI who are lovers of the game of tennis will now have a chance to play on professional courts and perfect their skills, just like what Venus and Serena Williams did. Next, it was on to the Joseph Urbain Ballpark in Frenchtown, where we were briefed by Mr. Leroy Thomas Jr., affectionately known as Blackbird. Mr. Thomas and his team have done a yeoman's job in seeing to it that during this pandemic period that our fields were kept in pristine condition. Along with constantly mowing the grass, the dirt had to be turned on a daily basis as to ensure that it would not become brittle and hard, a condition which is not conducive for playing baseball. Next on our list was the Emile Griffith Ballpark. This is a major facility for sports competitions to include baseball and basketball. This facility also serves as a revenue generator for the department. It's ideally located and there is ample parking. The rides for children were donated by one of our cruise lines. Commissioner White is a firm believer and believes in public-private partnerships, and he lives by this quote. At the end of the day, it's about the children of this VI. This always touches the hearts of the donors, and they can't help but to give, and give some more. We moved on to the Winston Rainbow Recreation Center, which is located in Hospital Ground. This facility has hosted many major events, from the comedian Sinbad's concerts to music fests, car shows, carnival queen shows, and parades, and of course, major baseball and football tournaments. It's in need of a major facelift, and Commissioner White and his team are committed to seeing this through. We then traveled east to the Alvin McBean Recreation Complex. This facility, while in need of additional work, was refurbished by the group All Hands and Hearts, which is a group of volunteers who came from the mainland after Hurricanes Irma and Maria to assist in rebuilding efforts any way that they could. Next on the list, we traveled across the water to pristine St. John, where we saw the Oppenheimer facility. Mr. Elroy Hill gave us a brief tour of that facility and explained that this facility serves as the perfect spot for weddings all year long because of its perfect location, setting by the sea, and view. And the department makes a pretty penny renting this facility. Mr. Hill and his team have completed most of the work on the facility themselves, as they are also skilled craftsmen, like most of the employees who work for the department. We flew across the Big Island, where we began our tours at the Altoona Lagoon Little Bay Beach. Assistant Commissioner Hansen briefed us on the major plumbing upgrade that just occurred at the facility. Also, Mr. Troy Schuster of AARP donated and built a beautiful outdoor fitness center, which adds to the ambience of this facility. Next, it was on to DC Cannegator Recreation Complex, where we saw firsthand how severe rust has been compromising the stadium. This facility is also slated for a much-needed major overhaul. While there, we observed loose galvanized that began to bang loudly every time the wind blew. Assistant Commissioner Hansen has stated that the residents have been complaining about the noise since after the hurricanes. I reached out to Bates of Bates Trucking, who stated that he will have a team travel to the stadium and repair the roof so that the residents can rest peacefully at night. We then traveled to the Rudy Krieger Recreation Complex located in Scion Farm. This facility has a serious problem with flooding, and Commissioner White has reached out to engineers who will correct this problem in short order. The Pedro Cruz Ballpark in Estate Profit seemed almost like a ghost town, as this facility is always full of life with concerts and tournaments featuring Hispanic musicians and athletes. Next on the list, we visited the Reinhold Jackson Recreation Center in Estate Wim. This facility, as well as others, serves as an after-school location where children receive assistance in their schoolwork, as well as a safe place to play and congregate. The Emile Henderson Sports Complex Court in Frederiksted is popular not only for being a place where children can play during the Crucian Festival parades and events, but it also gives residents a chance to socialize a little and then walk across the street for some sun and fun in one of the Big Island's more popular beaches. Last on the list was the Vincent Mason Senior Coral Resort. We cannot wait to see the final product at this facility, which has benches for relaxing, a beautiful ocean to swim in, a large pool that is slated to be retrofitted to accommodate the disabled and our seniors. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation has 51 projects slated for repair on the books, and 49 of them are obligated. That speaks volumes as to the commitment and dedication of the employees and management. While they were closed for COVID, the employees took the time to maintain and correct deficiencies at the facilities in anticipation of receiving our children once COVID restrictions are lifted. All of the facilities are slated to receive brand new LED lighting, and the basketball courts and tennis courts will be professionally resurfaced.
First up, I want to thank all the members of the Youth Sports Park and Recreation Committee for just giving me the time to look at some of our facilities and see some of the challenges that we are facing. Personally, I want to thank the Chair, Senator Carrion, and the Vice Chair, Senator Payne. I know that these guys have sports and parks in their heart. I know they're going to work hard to work with us to make our facilities better and improve them to better the life of the people in the community. So I want to thank you all. Look for bigger and better things from the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation.
So we're at the end of our tour here in St. Croix. Yesterday we had a very successful tour over on St. Thomas. We're able to visit with the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, Recreation, different facilities and parks around St. Thomas. We did the same today here on St. Croix. Looking forward to working with the Commissioner, ensuring that these projects come to fruition. They've been working very hard, as we can see, and so we're looking forward to be able to collaborate and work, because we know our young people and our community needs these park back in services, needs these facilities working and back in services, so that our community can come together once again and enjoy the beautiful facilities that our island has to offer. So I want to thank everyone. I want to thank the Commissioner. I want to thank the members of my committee, my colleague senators, for being present, and everybody for making this possible.
Yes, kudos to you and your team, Commissioner White. Today is also Teachers Appreciation Week. Keep in mind, colleagues and testifiers, None of us would have been here without the guidance of a teacher. And you know they are home now, still instructing our precious children virtually in the middle of this pandemic, while raising and instructing their own. So let's show appreciation and take time out of our busy schedules and adapt a classroom and mentor the future of the VI. We also can't forget that May is also Senior Citizens Month. So make it your business to pick up granny or mommy or auntie and take her to the park for a stroll. Keep in mind our seniors have been shut in since the inception of COVID. They could use the fresh air, exercise, and yes, the companionship of having someone like you. Yes, I'm talking to you. You, the young lady sitting in the green and white dress, drinking your coffee, watching us now. Don't turn your head, I'm talking to you. Mommy could use someone like you to talk with while she walks, okay? Let's spread the VI love. Just a reminder, May 9th through the 12th is Police Week. So when you see our fine men and women in blue driving through your neighborhood, show them a hand wave and tell them thank you for the job that you do. Invite them to a cookout or your beach party, or even fill out a compliment form on their behalf. It goes a long way in boosting their morale. 87s and 42s, do enjoy your Police Week activities. And lastly, this Sunday, May 9th, is Mother's Day. So to all of the mothers out there, happy early Mother's Day to you all from the 34th Legislature. Now, the members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety are Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Chairman, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Vice Chairman, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Novel E. Francis, Jr., Senator Javon E. James, Sr., Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Clerk, at this time, let's have a roll call, please.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Novel E. Francis, Jr. Senator Francis, here. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Javon E. James, Sr. Senator James, Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr.
Present.
Senator Payne, Sr., present. Mr. Chair, we have a total of 5 present and 2 absent.
Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Gittins as present and give me the tally again, please.
Mr. Chair, we have a total of 6 present and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences to be read onto the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Madam Clerk. Please read the items on the agenda for today.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety will receive an update from the Department of Justice. Invited testifier is Attorney General Honorable Denise George, Department of Justice. That concludes the reading agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Attorney General. How are you doing today? Good?
Yes, I am. I'm doing well. Good morning. And it's good to see that you're doing well. I got to say welcome back. We were very concerned about you.
Thank you so very much. It's so good to be back. Can you please do me a favor and introduce your member of your team?
Okay, well, there are quite a few of them of my management team. I was hoping that they would then be able to just introduce themselves.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
About you,
okay.
Actually call them in an order so we can at least check the microphones and make sure that the audio is perfect.
Oh, okay. Okay. They'll start with the Chief Deputy Attorney General, Carol Thomas Jacobs.
Good morning, Senator Carol Thomas Jacobs.
Good morning, Ms. Jacobs.
and Solicitor General Pamela Tepper.
Good morning, Senator. Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General.
Good morning.
And have the Chief of the Criminal Division for St. Thomas, Attorney Quincy McRae.
Yes, good morning, Senator. I'm Quincy McRae, Chief of the Criminal Division for St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island.
Good morning, Chief.
We have Mr. Kai Christopher, which is the Chief Financial Officer, Department of Justice.
Good morning, Senator. Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Mr. Christopher.
Here we have Mr. Michael Trotman, who is the Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Senator. Michael Trotman, Human Resources Director.
Good morning, Mr. Trotman.
And we have Mr. Anthony Hunt, who's the Director of Operations for the Medical Examiner's Office.
Good morning, Anthony Hunt. Welcome back, Senator Payne.
Thank you very much, 42.
And we also have Ronan, Attorney Oliver David, as we call him Oliver David, Attorney Oliver David, who is the Director of the Division of Gaming and Enforcement.
Good morning, Senators. R. Oliver David. Welcome back, Senator Payne.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
I'm trying to get the complete. I don't have my complete list written, so I'm going by what I'm looking at. But also, I have Mr. Terrence Joseph, who is the Director of the Paternity and Child Support Division, Department of Justice.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Joseph.
And I also have Attorney Eric Chancellor, who is the Chief of the Criminal Division in St. Croix.
Good morning, Senators. Eric Chancellor, Criminal Division Chief on St. Croix.
Good morning, Attorney Chancellor.
I have present also Attorney Daniel Matarangas King, who is the Administrative Hearing Officer for Paternity and Child Support in St. Croix.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, other members of the committee.
Good morning, Attorney King.
Okay. And I believe, Judy Gomez, also who's the hearing officer for St. Thomas. I don't know if she's on though. I'm not seeing her on. She was on the invite. Okay. I also have Attorney Julita De Leon. Julita De Leon is the Director of the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, or MUFUCU, as we refer to it.
Is she on at this time?
Attorney De Leon.
Good morning, Senator Julita De Leon, Director of the Virgin Islands Medicaid Fraud Control Unit.
Good morning, Attorney De Leon.
Have also Attorney Attorney Director in Inez, Yanis Borque, and she is a Director of the Sexual Offender Registry of SORNA Unit.
Is she on at this time?
Ms. Borque, I don't see her. I also have, I'll just go forward. I also have the Chief of the Civil Division, and that's Attorney Ariel Smith.
Good morning. Good morning to all, and welcome back, Senator Payne.
Thank you very much, Attorney Smith.
Okay, I'm seeing who I'm searching through to see. Everybody. Just 1 second, bear with me a second. I also have Attorney Royette Russell. Royette Russell is the Director of the Medical Malpractice section, or Medical Malpractice Medical Malpractice Division or Unit in Department.
Good morning, Attorney Russell.
Good morning, Attorney Russell.
Right. Okay. Not seeing anyone else coming up on the present list. If I am missing anyone, can you please, anyone on the management team that I may have not called, please introduce yourself.
William Curtis, Director, Special Investigations Division.
Okay,
Good morning,
yes,
good
Mr.
morning,
Curtis.
Mr. Curtis.
Okay, thank you.
Claudette Georges, Direct Fiscal and Operations Director, Paternity and Child Support. Good morning,
Thank you.
Senator.
Good morning, Ms. Georges.
Thank you, Ms. Georges.
Anyone else?
That's
Anyone else, Attorney General?
no, it doesn't appear that there's anyone else.
Okay.
That would complete the management team that's here.
Okay. What I need for this time is anyone who will be giving testimony today or answering questions. Any other, please stand and raise your right hands, please.
Me?
Do you solemnly affirm, on the penalty of perjury, that the testimony you would give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Attorney General, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Payne. Good morning again, Chairman Payne, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, legislative staff, my team at the Office of the Attorney General, and for those of you who are listening and viewing today's webcast. My name is Denise George, and I am the Virgin Islands Attorney General. Appearing with me are members of my management team. I would like to begin by reminding this committee and the general public that the Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, consists of numerous divisions spread over 2 districts, and each is responsible individually and collectively to fulfill, among other things, its mission to prosecute all violations of Virgin Islands Code, to represent the government in all civil actions brought against it or on its behalf, and to provide efficient and effective financial child support and access services in the interest of the children of the Virgin Islands. Each division provides services that impact the daily lives of the people in the community we serve. While the Department of Justice continues to meet its statutory objectives and mandates as outlined under Title III VIC Section 114, this fiscal year has proven to be challenging given the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. As stated in the past on several occasions to members of this body, my position has always been that every single one of the attorneys and support staff employed by the Department of Justice are essential employees. As such, during this pandemic, I have required each employee to continue their essential functions, whether it be remotely or in the office. I'm impressed with the performance of our staff during this unique and difficult time. Today, however, we are nearing our completion in transitioning all team members back to in-office day-to-day operations. Most court proceedings are still conducted virtually, and they are carefully moving towards in-person proceedings. In coordination with the Department of Health, vaccinations were promptly made available in the first phase to DOJ employees, along with court personnel in the judiciary. In addition, boards and commissions are meeting virtually or in person. This is a positive yet incomplete course that has begun. I hope to report at the 2022 to 2023 budget hearing, presumably the next opportunity for me to report on the status of the DOJ, that much more has been accomplished by the DOJ and its staff. In the event, the purpose of today is to update this committee on the current status of the DOJ as requested by this committee. Today, the Department of Justice is staffed with 148 employees, of which 92 employees are in the St. Thomas St. John District and 56 in the St. Croix District. Since October 1, 2020, the DOJ has hired 28 new employees. Given the pandemic and the restriction on travel, in in-office operations, I consider this to be a success. Over the same period, we have lost 10 employees due to resignation, retirement, or termination. 6 of those employees separating by resignation are attorneys. While the DOJ has made great strides in recruitment, it still needs at a minimum 34 additional attorneys and support staff to address the staffing shortages and to be able to provide the most effective service to the community. While this information represents the DOJ as a whole, I would like to now turn to the individual departments and divisions that collectively comprise the DOJ. The criminal divisions in each district remain committed to see that justice is rendered fairly, yet vigorously, by prosecuting those who threaten life, safety, and property of the people of the Virgin Islands. These divisions impact the community by focusing on the core principles that the department is built on. Justice that is blind and based only on the evidence in the pursuit of truth, without fear or favor. Also, operating within the criminal divisions is the Family Special Victims Units, which continue all throughout this pandemic to handle a large caseload of family court matters, including the Departments of Health and Human Services, or involving the Departments of Health and Human Services, including juvenile delinquency, child protection and abuse and neglect matters, guardianship, and involuntary commitments. Currently, the criminal division in St. Thomas is staffed with 9 attorneys, including the chief, as well as 4 legal support staff, including the supervisor. The St. Croix division is staffed with 10 attorneys, including the chief of that division, along with 4 support staff. Together, these attorneys and support staff will fill the role of representing the government in criminal actions and prosecutions, from felonies and misdemeanors to juvenile and custody cases. 4 attorneys who were assigned to the criminal division in St. Thomas have resigned since the beginning of the fiscal year. 1 new attorney joined the criminal St. Thomas division during this time period. The St. Thomas Criminal Division lost 1 legal assistant over the past fiscal year due to retirement. Since October 2020, the St. Croix district added 1 new attorney to its staff, and no attorney has left the St. Croix division since the 2021 fiscal year began. Over 2020, the number of felony and misdemeanor cases opened in St. Thomas division is 92 and 77 respectively. While in the St. Croix division, there have been 122 felony cases and 48 misdemeanor cases filed for prosecution. These numbers reflect only the new cases. In addition to the new cases, attorneys continue to handle cases that were filed in prior fiscal years. The criminal division in both districts have been able to meet its objectives in part due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the suspension of jury trials, which also created a significant backlog of our pending court cases. We are continuously recruiting and hiring more prosecutors and support staff as the caseload would become increasingly more taxing on the current staff when the jury trials and other court proceedings completely resume. Because of recurring challenges associated with the recruitment and retention of attorneys, the criminal division has not yet been able to maximize efficiency and achieve its goal of having a minimum of 2 attorneys per courtroom, excluding the chiefs of those divisions. This tasked with representing the government, its officers, employees, executive agencies, boards, and commissions, handles cases of varying complexities, including recent matters involving hundreds of millions of dollars. The division has 6 attorneys, including the division chief, who are equally spread between the 2 districts. It also has 2 administrative support staff, 1 in each district. Currently, this division is handling approximately 210 cases. Since the beginning of this fiscal year, The division has successfully closed 21 cases, even though either through dismissal, settlement, or court judgment. The addition of one attorney and one support staff member to each district is necessary to enhance performance. Since 2016, the DOJ has represented the GBI through the Risk Management Office of Department of Health and Medical Malpractice cases. These cases are close collaboration with the Department of Health, which is the agency statutorily responsible for the operation of the medical malpractice program. Currently, there are 2 attorneys and 2 support staff assigned to handle the medical malpractice cases. We are managing about 100 active cases, with 6 having been filed this fiscal year, 3 in each district. To date, medical malpractice settlements have reached $1.286 million. Solicitor General Division. The Solicitor General Division continues to represent the government in all appeals to the Supreme Court and the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. Writs of review filed in the Superior Court, administrative matters before boards and commissions, including the Board of Land Use Appeals, and cases filed with the PERB. It also reviews all GBI contracts for legal sufficiency. It is currently staffed with 5 attorneys, including the Solicitor General, as well as 2 support staff, which is significantly less than the 10 attorneys within that division just several years ago. We hired 2 of the attorneys in the Solicitor General Division in January and February this year, replacing 2 attorneys who resigned from that division last year. From the beginning of this fiscal year, the attorneys working in this division have been assigned 33 new appeals to either the Virgin Islands Supreme Court or the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. There have been 9 new legal opinions requested from various boards, commissions, or the governor's office, and 7 have been closed. There have been 160 new contracts assigned for legal sufficiency, with 155 of them now closed. Further, the Solicitor General Division has represented the government in 17 new PERB actions, all of which have been closed. The division also continues to represent roughly 20 active boards and commissions on a regular basis. As things return to normal, like with the other divisions of the DOJ, the Solicitor General Division anticipates a greater caseload and the need for more staff. At minimum, it is requested that there be 2 more attorneys and 1 more support staff member added. Just in a few months, both the Civil Division and the Solicitor General Division represented the government in a number of major lawsuits with significant financial implications for the GBI. In March of this year, the district court lifted the excise tax injunction, permitting the government to collect excise taxes against both local manufacturers and importers alike. Further, the Third Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the district court's holding that the $25 per day occupancy fee imposed on owners of timeshare units in the Virgin Islands under the Virgin Islands Revenue Enhancement and Economic Recovery Act of 2017 is constitutional. In the GRS lawsuit against the government, the district court and the Third Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of the government by declining GR's claim that it was entitled to an award from the government of billions in actuarially determined employer contributions to GRS, or what we call the ADEC, which GRS claimed the government through the executive branch owed under the 1984 consent decree. The Third Circuit Appellate Court noted that the cure, and quote, the cure for GRS's chronic underfunding is not judicial but legislative, end quote. This, I believe, could serve as a catalyst for this 34th legislature to pursue a solution to our GRS crisis for the benefit of the retirees and entire retirement system. And on April 22nd, 2021, the Superior Court in Albert Bryan and Government of the Virgin Islands versus Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, the Superior Court entered a stipulated preliminary injunction prohibiting the board of the VI Government Health and Hospital Facilities Corporation from implementing the changes in membership to the board under Act number 8438 until the court rules on the merits of that case. To the medical examiner's office, which is the medical examiner's office, is under the Office of the Attorney General, and it is responsible for the investigation of certain suspicious or unnatural deaths and the determination of the cause and manner of death occurring in certain circumstances. This division continues to serve as an integral part of the homicide prosecutions because the medical examiners are key witnesses for the prosecution. The ME's office consists of the Director of Operations and 2 forensic medical pathologists, 1 for the District of St. Croix and 1 for the District of St. Thomas, St. John. We also have 5 medical examiner technicians, 2 for St. Croix, 2 for St. Thomas, and 1 for St. John. We're in need of at least 1 more forensic technician on St. Croix. From October 1st, 2020, the ME's office in St. Croix District has processed 40 deaths of natural causes, 21 homicides, 1 accident, and 2 deaths from overdose. It has conducted 35 autopsies. In the District of St. Thomas, St. John, there were 37 deaths of natural causes, 8 accidental deaths, 6 homicides, with 1 pending. 15 autopsies were conducted on St. Thomas in the St. Thomas and St. John district. ME's office was integral in putting together a COVID-19 response plan for the storage and for the collection of decedents outside of medical care who was suspected to have passed from the virus. The ME's office responded to several scenes where persons may have died of COVID-19, retrieved the bodies, then tested and biosealed them, and reported the findings to the VI Department of Health. On the island of St. Croix, we have explored several avenues, and the DOJ is presently in discussions with the Commissioner of Property and Procurement to find a suitable site for the ME's office for St. Croix. Due to the urgency of getting a new facility before the demolition of the Juan Louis Hospital, we are also looking at the possibility of creating a mobile or temporary structure until a permanent building can be erected. The ME's office has performed an outstanding job during this period, especially during the pandemic. And when restrictions ease, we look forward to getting more training for our forensic technicians in death scene investigations and medical legal certifications. At least 1 more forensic technician in St. Croix also for continued and improved delivery of the professional services to the community. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. That was established in 2018 pursuant to federal legislation, which authorizes the Medicaid Fraud Control Units throughout the country to investigate and prosecute fraud and abuse in the Medicaid program. It is a cornerstone of the territory's federal mandate to investigate and prosecute individuals and entities responsible for improper or fraudulent Medicaid billing schemes. In addition, Mofuku investigates allegations of abuse and neglect of persons in room and board or healthcare of facilities and other living arrangements. Further, it investigates allegations of financial exploitation in room and board for healthcare facilities. The Mofuku is 100% funded from a grant awarded to the territory by the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Inspector General. The Mofuku is now fully staffed with an investigator, an auditor, an administrative support staff, and an attorney director. Recently, Mofuku has partnered with the U.S. Department of Justice to create a healthcare fraud task force. And since the beginning of this fiscal year, it has been responsible for the investigation and arrest of a former government employee for defrauding the BI Medicaid program and continues to investigate other cases of suspected Medicaid fraud. Gaming enforcement continues to serve as the investigative and enforcement arm of the Casino Control Commission. ensuring compliance with the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Act of 1995. The DGE, as we refer to it, is presently staffed by the director and 2 employees. To date, some of the many accomplishments of the DGE for this fiscal year include having completed 52 due diligence investigations for employee license applicants with reports on each submitted to the CCC, opened 42 employee license investigation files, opened 4 new casino servicing entity investigation files, completed 5 investigations regarding violations of CCC rules and regulations and the Virgin Islands Code, participated in a 4-day training seminar sponsored by Gaming Laboratories International, and conducted an in-depth review of license applications of 25 casino servicing entity applications, together with their qualifiers, and have had an instructive discussion with the CCC in preparation for the DGE's due diligence investigation of applicants. The DGE's greatest struggle is with staffing. It is difficult to meet the statutory requirements in a timely fashion, and the addition of 2 more employees to assist with the investigations and administrative duties would enhance productivity. It should also be noted that the DGE now has a good working relationship with the Casino Control Commission compared to the past somewhat acrimonious relationship that it had under the prior chairperson. There is regular communication between the DGE and the CCC to address and resolve issues that may arise. The Sexual Offender Registry, what we call the SORNA office, the DOJ's enforcement of the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act and the Virgin Islands Sex Offender Registration and Community Protection Act continues even through the pandemic. Today, the SORNA unit is staffed with a sexual offender registry coordinator and a territorial sexual offender registry program manager. Earlier this year, the SORNA unit completed our annual initiative with the assistance of the U.S. Marshals Service to verify addresses of offenders living in the territory. Currently, there are 116 sex offenders registered in the territory, 58 in each district. There are 2 offenders in the territory that have failed to register, and SORNA staff are working in conjunction with the DOJ's Special Investigations Division and USMS to track them down. Finally, SORNA is now working on implementing a new tracking system called Offender Watch, which is nearing completion. This system will have a website that will enhance SORNA's current features, as well as allow offenders to log in and register. It will give offenders options to remind them of upcoming registration due dates so that they can remain compliant. White-collar crime division. We're in the process of rebuilding the white-collar crime and corruption division. When I first appeared before you at my confirmation hearing in 2019, I discussed the severe staff shortages and the non-existence of the white-collar crime division and the need for the division to be rebuilt to fulfill our mandate under the law, which is to aggressively investigate and prosecute white-collar crime and corruption in the territory. In August of 2019, Governor Bryan proposed a supplemental budget to fund the white-collar division. In the FY 2021 budget bill, the 33rd legislature earmarked $448,800 to hire personnel for a white-collar division. Although this number is significantly less than what is needed to fully fund the division, it is greatly appreciated as a positive step to start getting the necessary staffing for the investigation and prosecution of these crimes. Since the $448,800 became available in November 2021, 2 new special agents have been hired, and we're in the process of completing the hiring of another special agent and an attorney. We are in need of additional investigators and attorneys for the division, especially financial fraud, investigators, and administrative and legal support staff in order to meet the rapidly increasing demands and volume of white-collar investigation my office is faced with. After all, nearly all of the allotted funds have been encumbered, approximately $436,486. Had it not been for that funding, though, we would not have been ready to begin the rebuilding of this critical division. We continue to actively recruit more investigators and attorneys for this division. In the meantime, the attorneys in the criminal division work hand in hand with our special agents in the investigation and prosecution of white-collar offenses. Special Investigations Division is a law enforcement unit within the DOJ to carry out the investigations, enforcement, and mandates of the Attorney General and the DOJ. Currently, the SID is staffed with 6 individuals in the St. Thomas St. John district, including the director, 3 special agents and investigators, a criminal analyst, and a litigation specialist. In the St. Croix district, the SID is manned by 3 individuals, a special agent in charge, and 2 other special agents. These numbers represent a decline compared to years ago when the Special Investigations Division had a minimum of 12 agents and investigators itself. Thus far this fiscal year, they're conducting extraditions, witness protection, background checks, SORNA sweeps, prosecution support, and criminal investigations. The Division of Paternity and Child Support continues in its collection and distribution of child support payments for the children of the Virgin Islands who do not reside with both natural parents. The PCSD program is substantially subsidized by a federal grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Child Support Enforcement. Yet for years, it was faced with the critical staff shortages before I came on board. Once again, however, the 33rd legislature earmarked $680,000 for hiring necessary personnel to meet the requirements of our state plan and to have sufficient caseworkers and other staff to help improve and efficiently provide the services to the children and families of the Virgin Islands that they deserve. The funds have been well spent. Since November, we have hired about 15 new individuals to fill the roles of these of case administrators, special agents, and senior attendants, federal grants coordinating specialists, and client facilitators. We are close to meeting the state plan requirements thanks to funding from the 33rd legislature, and the DOJ is hoping for additional sums to reach our goals. We are in the middle of the process of getting new persons on board, and I believe that this is a step to bring us closer to addressing the backlog and seeing substantial improvements in providing the improved services to the children and families in the Virgin Islands. He also remains on track with its contract to re-platform the CSTARS database, which upon completion will greatly increase efficiency, accuracy, and timely processing of cases and enable it to reach its ultimate goal to provide its customers with real-time access to their cases using more innovative technologies such as computer application or portals to gain access. To date, PCSD has successfully passed with high marks its federal and local audits for the past 2 years, which includes 2018 to 2019. At this time, PCSD is currently awaiting the start of the FY 2020 audit. Due to the recent appointments of the special agents on both St. Thomas and St. Croix, we have also begun to aggressively collect on all outstanding arrears to include the redistribution of the undistributed funds. The reorganization process is ongoing. I have to add, also challenging, and will continue until we meet our state plan goals. The caseload for the St. Croix district for 2021 is 4,752. And the St. Thomas district is 3,676. In terms of collections, the division has received $3,311,560 to date for this year. believe that's this, I'm not sure that's this fiscal year or this calendar year. Further, 2 administrative hearing officers, one in St. Croix and one in St. Thomas, have been appointed to hear paternity matters, and the AHOs have been conducting and continue to conduct throughout formal administrative hearings since October, and PCSD attorneys have continued to conduct pre-hearing conferences, resolving cases prior to formal hearings throughout the pandemic. The work of the PCSD never stopped through the pandemic. As I've informed the legislature with respect to the recruitment and retention of assistant attorneys general, this is quite one of the challenges, Department of Justice. As I have informed the legislature on previous occasions, one of the chronic challenges facing the department is attorney retention. Currently, it's a total of 41 attorneys. We have been broken down into individual divisions in the chart that have been provided to each of you. Since the beginning of this fiscal year, 6 attorneys have left the Department of Justice, particularly because of higher pay. Being able to meet its obligations under the collective bargaining agreement and or negotiate a new collective bargaining agreement with more attractive salaries will go a long way towards the DOJ achieving its retention and recruitment objective. Unfortunately, delays in funding step increases for attorneys who are on board or allocation of funding for a new contract has to some extent prevented the DOJ from achieving its retention goals. The last collective bargaining agreement between the government and the Assistant Attorneys General Union has an effective date of October 1st, 2007, and an expiration date of September 30th, 2011. Although I must note it goes month to month after that. The attorneys are currently being paid on the fiscal year 2011 salary pay plan under the CBA. We're expected to begin negotiations in the near future for Assistant Attorneys General collective bargaining agreement. In conclusion, I want to thank this committee for the opportunity to present this update on DOJ since the beginning of this fiscal year. This concludes my formal testimony, and I, along with my management team, am now available to answer any questions that members of this committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney General George. As a reminder for the testifiers, please say your name and title every time you ask a question for our stenographer. And remember to please also keep your cameras on and try and speak slowly because the stenographer is actually trying to record what you're saying. Before I go to my colleagues for the first round, I just want to ask one question. I'm not the type of chairperson that asks 20 questions in between each senator. I'll ask probably one in between. I like to give my colleagues a chance at the first crack at the apple, the first bite of the apple. Attorney General, okay, let me preface with this. When I first, in the 33rd, when I first brought your office in front of me, it was an in-face committee hearing, and it was like looking at individuals in a tribunal. It's like no one was smiling. Their faces were like we were about to get it today. But since then, until now, I'm looking at the cameras, I'm seeing y'all smiling, y'all are much more relaxed. And that's what these committees are, that's what these committee meetings are about. And I realize y'all have actually stolen my catchphrase, TGIM. Thank God it's Monday. Y'all all dressed up, looking good for the camera. You know, everybody in the suits, you know what I mean, looking all decked out. That's a good thing. But let me start with you, Attorney General. Please don't take this personal. It just happened that you are here today.
Okay.
It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad whatsoever, trust me. The legislature is kind of like prosecutors. And the commissioners and directors and stuff are sort of like defense attorneys defending their agencies when they come before this committee. In a courtroom setting, is it normal practice for the defense attorney to turn over documents to the prosecutor the morning of a trial? What happens in a case when a defense attorney walks into a courtroom and attempts to hand over documents that they were advised to submit several days before the actual court date? What happens in a court case in that instance? Let's say the defense attorney walks in with a list of testifiers, a list of witnesses. The court case is supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and they walk with a list. I have a list of, the trial date is starting today, and they walk with a list of 10 witnesses at 8 o'clock for an 8 o'clock court case. What happens in the court system?
Well, in a criminal court system, that sort of thing cannot happen because there are discovery requirements from the very beginning when a person is charged with a crime, and there's a criminal case. So prosecutors have the responsibility at the outset, soon after charge, to provide all evidence, and it is ongoing to provide the evidence, appropriate evidence, to the defendant. So there's never a situation where that can happen with respect to criminal laws and criminal rules and everything, a procedure at all. I never perceived the legislature as prosecutors, and maybe that's my my mistake, but I've never perceived them as that. So comparing them to prosecutors is something new to me. I would rather consider the legislative body as fellow public servants who are getting together to exchange information and to hopefully come together and work together to be able to meet our challenges so that we can benefit the people of the Virgin Islands, which is really our common goal, because in the case of prosecution and defense attorneys, it's one against the other. But I think that with us as both civil servants, we are both, even though it's your branch, the legislative branch, or the executive branch, we are both civil servants. We serve the same client, if you will. So we cannot be really seen as adversaries because we're serving the same client. We're serving the same cause. And
I'm
that's how I've always perceived it. So
I'm kind of glad you said that last, but we are not adversaries. So out of respect for individuals who are not adversaries, who work together, it would be really, really helpful if we can receive testimonies before, because certain days we have 3 or 4 testifiers, and we get about, each person brings in at least 20 pages of testimony, and it's kind of hard to review the testimony, and it's kind of hard to have the researchers go through the testimony and the rest of my colleagues at the onset of the hearing. So I'm just saying that to say, in the future, if you would please, 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 you know me, how me and you live, right? Please, 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 in the future, give us a couple of days. Don't forget, TGIM, right? It's all about that. So in the future, at least give us at least about 3 or 4 days so we can make sure all our colleagues had a chance to actually peruse the testimonies and stuff. Okay?
Yes, and we'll, and I promise you we'll try our very best to do that. I'll tell you that we were up, parts of my management team were working on the testimony up to last night. Sometimes with respect to certain things, we've got to be accurate, and sometimes we got to work it, and it takes a lot longer than we expect. So it was not intentional to do that, of course not, because it's important that you understand our testimony, but it's also important that we're giving information that we feel comfortable that is accurate to this body. But I clearly hear what you're saying, and I'm all for working together. I think that that's the only way that we're really going to be able to effectively come together and, for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. So I thank you for raising that to me.
Okay, thank you so very much. And now we're on to the first senator of the day, Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 10 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening audience. Good morning to testifiers. Good morning, Attorney General Georges. My colleague just pretty much asked you something that's a tickler for me. I can't stand coming here in the morning, 9:13, receiving testimonies, and God got you it before 10. That's a little hard on us, a little difficult on us. However, we won't beat you up on that for now. Maybe on next day.
Your point is well taken, sir.
My first question I would like to ask, and I have some constituents have been coming and calling my office. With the stimulus check, there are some gentlemen that owed child and paternity, child support in arrears, and the check was passed over to your office because they owe. And all these gentlemen is asking for is a receipt and an update of what they owe, and is having a difficult time in getting a response from your office. You understand what I'm saying? The stimulus check, the first one from President Trump, $600. These gentlemen owe money in arrears. And the money was taken from the stimulus check and handed over to your office to pay what they owe. And all they're trying to get is a receipt saying you received the $600, they are owed $1,200, they now owe $600, or whatever the differences are. And we're having a difficult time with that.
Okay, now are you saying that the person has been requesting of the office for that information? They've made requests, but it was not answered. Is that what you're saying?
That's I'm saying that I reached out to Mr. Terrence Joseph. I assist one of these individuals in writing a letter. I was told to send the letter to Ms. Cynthia Swanson. I don't have the letter on hand here with me, but if I have to, I can get it. And as of today, that individual have not gotten a response from the office.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refer the question to Mr. Joseph, who's here. But we may be limited in being able to disclose information that is
No, I don't need no information from about
person, but I think that he should address generally how we're handling the stimulus checks and what would need to happen. Mr. Joseph, without identifying a specific person, I'm going to ask you to answer.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Good morning, Terrence D. Joseph, Director of Paternity and Child Support. Good morning, Senator Johnson.
Good morning.
I wasn't aware that Cynthia, our collector in St. Thomas and St. Croix, hasn't responded. However, I will follow up with her immediately and make sure that you receive the information needed in regards to this said case. I made it a point upon the onset of receiving stimulus monies to provide the entire legislature under the 33rd legislature, as well as under the 34th, the information regarding to how the stimulus check goes. That's information under Trump, President Trump. The Office of Paternity and Child Support were granted access to those funding. Under President Biden, under $1,400, we were not granted access to those funded. So I made it my business to make sure you guys have that information because I wanted to provide you in advance information in the event that a constituent asks.
If I may, the information is not what we're speaking about. What we're talking about is very simple. And not just this one case. These gentlemen is only asking for a receipt to say that you receive it. They're only asking for the balance on their account. And no name needs to be called here. I mean, it's as simple. You have a loan with the bank. You go and you make your payment. So anybody, you receive the balance is this. And people are having a hard time getting that from the office. So the information that you're giving me now is totally relevant to what I'm asking. I'm only asking why these people can't get a receipt.
And it's not about how the individual can't get a receipt. Terrence Joseph, once again, I've indicated that I will go back to Ms. Swanson and find out what's the situation in regards to this matter, and it will be resolved immediately.
Thank you very much. I would like to get that information before the hearing is done, please. I'd like to go to our next question, Attorney General. You stated on page 12 that two of the sexual, what you call them? I want to call him a wrong name at all.
Sorry?
Two people have not signing. Yeah, two of the sexual offenders. Why haven't we seen posters or just outright aggressive news report about these two individuals with pictures with name? Are we waiting till they commit the next offense? Because these are sexual predators as far as I'm concerned. But here in your report, you say two of them have failed to register. And I haven't seen nothing on the news or clipping with these two parts in face posted all over this territory. So what are you doing at this time about these two individuals?
Well, again, I'm going to refer to the head of the SORNA unit. However, with respect to their investigations, I'm saying that when they do the they regularly keep tabs. Once someone falls up and they have failed to register, the investigations by the investigators and everything in the SORNA unit, it proceeds and continues. So, and investigations, not all the time, it is beneficial to publicly respond. Each one, you have to you have to look at the nature of the investigations as well as the best way in order to achieve the bounds. I don't know if they have been advertised, but I'm going to refer to either Ms. Borges or Mr. Curtis. I'm not sure if the Director of Investigations have been involved in that because I know it's a constant investigation.
Yes, General.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes. We are presently in the field right now doing the SORNA roundup on St. Thomas. We will be addressing those individuals who have failed to register either today or tomorrow. So we are moving expeditiously on that.
My question, is it illegal or unlawful for you guys to advertise, post these faces on the news? Because these people are not complying, but they're sexual predators in our community. I mean, yes, I respect your investigation process, but if they're not checking in and they're not registered, they're doing whatever they want to do right now as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, right now, anyone can go onto the sexual offender registry.
Please. It's not what anyone can do. It's what you are doing to let the public know.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, Senator. And there's nothing illegal about that, about doing that. I believe that it has been done before. I've seen that it's done before. The circumstances are handled differently. So according to the situation, but I clearly understand what your concerns are. The sexual offender registry website is there. It is there so that people are alerted. They know who they are, where they reside, and all of that information. So we do work to protect the public with respect to that. And the public should be able to protect themselves in knowing and having this information. So I clearly agree that yes, this information is important, but I cannot say that it is the route to go for every single case.
You know, I work in law enforcement for some nearly 30 years. And I take every crime in any cases as serious as I can. But when it comes to...
Excuse me, testifiers. Please mute your mics. Testifiers, please mute your mics.
When it comes to sexual offender, I think I take this one even more serious. Because at the end of the day, these people's lives are destroyed. And they live with this. Yes. If they survive, they live with this for the rest of their life. Some of them can't even get into a decent relationship after this. So I take this very serious. And I say that we need to step up our game when people are not complying with the laws at hand. We need to step up our game. It can't just be something that we passes over. And I need to wrap up because I think I've been running some time here. But one of my last questions I want to ask at this time is, what's the starting salary for your attorneys? And what is taking so long for you to go negotiate? What's the reason we haven't got to negotiate? From 2011 to now, you're not going to attract anybody if your salaries ain't increasing, and you're not going to retain anybody if you haven't negotiated these raises for these individuals. So I'd like to know your starting salary and the reason why you haven't got to negotiate. You're not responsible from 2011. However, you're in the seat right now, and let's hear why we can't go to negotiate. Thank you very much.
Well, one thing since I got on board, I've been really pushing to try to get, first of all, to get them to the steps that they're supposed to be at on the existing contract, the existing month to month, as well as trying to get, our paths to negotiations. These things take long, but right now I'm seeing it. It's in the very near future that we're going to be renegotiating these contracts for the attorneys. Attorney Jacobs, the Chief Deputy Attorney General, I would refer to you with respect to salaries, the starting salary. The question is, as well as the top salary. First, I'll also like to mention too that the salaries are allocated according to the amount of years barred. The 0 to 1 would be a certain salary. That would be the beginning salary, and then it's capped at 15 years barred. Okay, Attorney Jacob.
Good morning, Senator. Carol Thomas Jacobs, Chief Deputy Attorney General. Their starting salary for an AAG is $78,000. The maximum salary is for 15 years barred is $119,500, and of course, and $119,500, and that depends on longevity, whether or not the person has been at the department for 5 or more years. If a new attorney who is 15 years barred joins the department, that salary is $115,500.
I'd also like to add, I'm very glad that you asked that question, Senator Johnson, because at $78,000, which is the starting salary of an attorney, when you consider that is also that the top salary for support staff, legal secretaries, have been able to be moved to $77,000, you're talking about support staff making just about the same amount as the lowest paid attorney. So, and that's just not good. So that's part of the reason why it's just so important.
So by chance, do you have a date from the chief negotiator as to when you guys are going to be sitting down?
At one point we did have a date, but it was pushed back a bit. My understanding, it was even in conversation with the union rep and OCB with respect to it's best to push it back to a later date. We do not have a firm date, but we're keeping tabs on it because really hoping that we can get this thing resolved as soon as possible.
Without this, you're not going to get too much attorneys coming on board, and you're not going to retain. And we definitely need to have that representation so that we can prosecute these cases and set an example here in the territory. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Senator, you still have more time? You have more time on the clock still? You still have more time? You still have more time on the clock?
No.
If you don't want the time,
yes, I do want it, please.
Okay.
I'd like to ask, where's the medical examiner currently located, and where is he working out of at this time?
On St. Thomas or St. Croix? I'll tell you, for St. Thomas, we out of the hospital, the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital, but we do have our new facility that they should be moving into by next month. So that's for St. Thomas. St. Croix is also through the Juan Luis Hospital, which is scheduled to be demolished later on. So right now we're really working on getting a location, either permanent or temporary location for the medical examiner's office.
Now, on page 11, you stated that 5 investigations was completed for the Casino Commission. Are these cases against the casino individual or its patrons, people who've been coming to the casino? Who are these 5 cases against?
You said that's page 11?
Page 11, you spoke about 5 investigation cases have been completed.
Okay, I'll refer this question to Attorney David, who's the director of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. Attorney David.
Thank you. R. Oliver David, Director of Gaming Enforcement. These 5 investigations, 4 were against the casinos and 1 was against an individual, a patron.
You said 4 was a casino?
Yes, casino for violating the rules and regs and the laws of the Virgin Islands, and 1 was against a patron.
And you said they were completed?
Yes.
So some action have been taken against at least the casino owners? You don't have to give me the full information.
Yes, as I indicated, 4 were against the casinos, 2 against 1 casino. We arrived at a resolution, and that matter was submitted to the Casino Control Commission, which approved the resolution of that. We still have 2 that's pending. We are in discussion. I'm in discussion with the attorney for that casino, and hoping to have a resolution. And if we do, we won't need a hearing before the commission. If we don't, we'll have a hearing scheduled. And the one against the patron, it was there's a dual situation with that particular case. The patron, after we conducted the investigation, we make a recommendation to the casino to have to the commission, sorry, to have the patron barred from activities at the casino pursuant to law. And there is a possible criminal case that will be filed in the Superior Court.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Attorney General. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Franklin Johnson. Attorney General, before I move on to the next senator, which will be Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I'm actually in support of what my colleague mentioned relative to the DOJ utilizing posters or social media messages when you're trying to find a sexual offender in the community. I think it'd be really helpful to the community and to the agency. As in the past, I've seen the DOJ come to St. John and pick up individuals who hang out in the Coos Bay area, frequenting the bars, and they were sexual offenders on the run. And the police department, as a sergeant, the police department, I should say, the patrol officers were never even notified by the DOJ that they were coming to St. John to pick up someone or that they were even looking for someone. And we, well, not we, the officers see these individuals on a regular basis. So if you're able to publicize it, whether by social media or the daily news or the news channels, I'm sure these individuals will be picked up. You'll get tips immediately on these individuals because that's a crime that no one has tolerance for in our communities. Absolutely no one has crime or any type of respect for sexual offenders. All right?
Absolutely.
Senator,
thank you for that.
You're welcome, ma'am. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 10 minutes. Before you start, is there anyone in the chambers with you today?
No, I'm the only one here.
Okay. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning to the testifiers, to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of this territory. I want to thank this agency for coming before us as we have quite a bit of questions that I personally would like to dive into. First of all, I want to ask the Department of Justice in regards to specifically testimony given by the AG. On page 7, you spoke about the court case, and it says in regards to GRS, it says GRS chronic underfunding is not judicial, but legislative. And you referenced that. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Well, I was actually quoting, just so everyone could know, it was really a quote from the Third Circuit. Yeah. So that was the words of the court.
Yeah, yes. I am aware it's from the court. I'm asking you, do you think it's a fair assessment from their thought process?
I think it is legislative in the sense that only the legislature has the funding power. But I believe that it is not only a legislative, but I believe that we have to work together as bodies of the different branches, which is legislative, as well as the executive, to come up with the solutions. So That would be my answer.
And I happen to agree with you. That's why I wanted to touch on that, because this body can create laws for funding, but if the executive branch does not execute those laws, for example, we've had many situations where laws are already on the books to turn funding over to GRS, and it just doesn't happen. And it creates that void for that incoming cash flow that at times have played a role in where GRS is today. So I wouldn't just say it's legislative, and I totally agree with you that the legislature, in conjunction with the executive branch, has to work together. You also made reference to a section on April the 22nd, 2021, the Superior Court, Albert Bryan and the governor of the Virgin Islands versus the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation. When I was reading through that documentation and it kept referencing the Revised Organic Act, where in the Revised Organic Act do you believe gave you guys the authority to file this suit in regards to saying that basically the legislature cannot alter current laws to take away the governor from appointing individuals to boards? Can you tell me where in the Revised Organic Act that came from?
Well, what I'm going to first specifically, I'll just tell you first. It comes from Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act of 1954, which specifically generally gives the governor the authority, the supervisory authority over all boards, commissions of the government of the Virgin Islands, whether they be independent instrumentalities or not, or boards and commissions of the executive branch, rather. So Section 11 clearly gives the governor the supervisory authority over every single one. And then it derives from there. If you want more specific, actually who handled this would be Attorney Smith, who was the chief of the civil division, can give you more details with respect to the authority. But what has been done, it's not even, okay, there was a stipulation. So what it is that decision has been made in that case, and we're just awaiting the opinion from the court. Go ahead, Attorney Smith. Would you like Attorney Smith to respond?
Yes, I would love to hear what they have to say. Thanks.
Yeah. Attorney Smith, can you respond to the senator, please?
Good morning. I was looking for the specific language in the Revised Organic Act so I can address your question specifically, but I echo what the Attorney General has already articulated, that each branch has specific authority. And this lawsuit is premised on the fact that the governor has specific authority with regard to appointments to executive, for executive operations, which is what the hospital corporation is, an executive operation. It's not part of the judicial and it's not part of the legislative. And so that is the genesis of what this derives from. And I will look for that specific language and get it to you.
Well, I actually want to read it for you because it caused me a little bit of confusion because I did sit here and pull it up. And you're talking about executive branch subsection 16C, where it says appointments of department heads, tenures, removal, powers, and duties. Is that the section you're speaking about in regards to appointments?
I would need to look at it for myself to make sure that we're looking at the same thing.
Well, let me just read this section. The heads of the executive departments created by this act, which is the Revised Organic Act, shall be appointed by the governor with advice and consent of the legislature. Each shall hold office during the continuance in office of the governor by whom he is appointed and until his successor is appointed and qualified unless sooner removed by the governor. Each shall have powers and duties as may be prescribed by the legislature. The chairman and members of any board, authority, or commission established by the laws of the Virgin Islands shall, if laws of the Virgin Islands hereforth provide, also by appointment of the governor, with the advice and consent of the legislature, if such board, authorities, or commission has quasi-judicial functions, provide that no laws of the Virgin Islands dealing with the chairmanship, membership, or chairmanship and membership of any such board. So I read this, and I was very much concerned when this lawsuit came about, because I was very concerned about the executive branch reaching to the point where they feel that the legislature, who has the authority to create the boards even based on this, and even in here, it specifically referenced that if the legislature provides that authority, I'm trying to understand that if in all aspects, it still references back to the legislature's approval. It still references back to the legislature creating laws as such. I'm trying to understand, how do we get to the point of suing volunteers and individuals that are volunteering to be on these boards and appointed to these boards to stop something that, from what I'm reading, the Revised Organic Act gives us the authority to do?
Okay, with all due respect, our interpretation of the Revised Organic Act differs from your interpretation, but I do not think that this is appropriate for this discussion because it's currently before the court. And so I think that that's where the decision needs to be made, and the arguments have been made before the court, and if the court agrees with your interpretation, the decision will be made by the court. But
and thank you so much for that.
Our legal arguments before the court.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to put that on the record, since the AG made it a part of her testimony. I want to also ask another question in regards to, you spoke about, we had a meeting, I think it was last week, in regards to a gun control law and having reciprocation in regards to individuals coming into the territory, getting licenses, and clearly the majority of this legislature did not really appreciate that piece of legislation. Do you have an official stance, AG, in regards to that piece of legislation? Because I know you were not able to make it to that hearing that day.
I have not reviewed it. Actually, it's in entirety, and I was not there, as that's indicated, because I did not get the. I really was not notified. I did not know that the hearing was coming up. But the notice had not arrived to me. But I cannot comment on it. No, I cannot take a stance. I do not have a stance because I have not done a thorough review and research with respect to that particular matter.
Okay, thank you.
1 minute.
I want to touch a little bit on paternity and child support. One of the things that my office gets inundated with has to do with a lot of mothers and custodial parents having issues with monies being collected. And this is an ongoing conversation. I literally had one with a mother of 3 daughters about a week ago, and she has been trying to get funding from their father for the last few years. Every time apparently he works, people know where he's working. She goes and reports the information to the agency, but it seems like she feels she's not getting any traction. And these stories are endless in our community. What is your agency doing to assist to clean this up, to make sure that the children of our territory are being financially provided for by the non-custodial parents when these types of issues, and you guys are the guardians of trying to make sure this funding is turned over to the parents?
Right. And the complaints, we hear them, and they have continued. When I came on board from the very beginning, at the outset, it was clear, as I indicated to the legislature, that the Paternity and Child Support Division was severely understaffed. What we're doing to address the situation is that we have reorganized and have sought funding. And right now we're at the place where the 33rd legislature was able to appropriate certain funding, and we've used that funding to build the staff, the necessary staff that we need. Now, with respect to the collections issue, up until, if you think about this, up until just, I guess about a month ago, we had no investigators or special agents within the paternity and child support. That is a part of the hiring process. In fact, I should say we just had one. And so now we have hired, as I indicated, I think, and Mr. Joseph, he can correct me, but I think we have about 4 have been hired at least, because I've had to swear them in. And they will immediately, as I said in my testimony, start investigating the backlog. We've hired a number of caseworkers, case administrators, and client facilitators. These are the people who bring in the cases. We've hired at least 15 employees, including all of those with the intention of them being able to address the backlog, address the shortfall, so that all of these cases are finally going to be able to be effectively get the attention that it needs, and we'll be able to effectively enforce and collect, which, yes, I agree fully, is what the children of the Virgin Islands and families deserve. So yes, what I met, it's way different than what it was when I met it. When you're understaffing an agency and you don't have the resources, there's no way we can provide the services. So immediately what we did from the very beginning is start to get the staff, qualified personnel, investigators, so that we can get on this collection issue. We may not see the results immediately, but it's definitely going to start now.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm going to. I said I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm going to look forward to hearing about the updates as to the necessary funding getting into the hands of the parents to take care of our Virgin Islands young people. Thank you so much for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
If I may.
Yeah, Mr.
If I may. Yes. Senator, I will ask.
Excuse me, please state your name.
You provide my office.
Please state your name before you speak, sir.
Oh, sorry. Terrence Joseph, Director of Paternity and Child Support. If I may, I will ask the indulgence of your office if you can provide us the individuals that having such difficulty in regards to payments. We will assign an investigator to immediately deal with that situation. So if you can provide us that information, I'll appreciate it.
Yes, I will be happy to provide the several that I do have. Thank you so much.
I have no problem with that. I look forward to that.
Thank you very much for your line of questioning, Senator Francis Heiliger. And before we move on to the next senator, which will be Senator Novel Francis Jr., AG, we had a hearing several weeks ago where it was revealed that the police commissioner was turning cases over to the district court, bypassing your authority. Has that practice ceased?
I do not know if it has or not. That's all I could say. I do not know. I can't even verify when or how that was done, and I'm not familiar with the hearing or all of the facts involved, but I do not know. I'm not in the position to answer that right now.
Okay. Well, no, I'll move on to the next senator.
I'll be happy to discuss that with you at another time, but I'm just not ready to. I'm not able to answer that.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Senator Novel Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. AG, thank you very much for your testimony, and also, and good afternoon to your team. I wanted to just go back real quickly, and I know that I heard Attorney Smith alluded to the fact that this case regarding the lawsuit that was filed against the Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation is a pending issue and will be resolved at the court at some point. But you made it a point to put it in your testimony this morning like if it was a victory. In fact, this is still a pending issue, 1, and 2, it was a mutual agreement, stipulation by both sides or both parties. Is that correct?
Yes, actually what happened is that the court, there was a stipulation and the court did issue a stipulated preliminary injunction. So a preliminary injunction was issued enjoining, which would be in our favor, in the government's favor. But the court will then have to make a determination in issuing the permanent injunction. So there has been that issue. That's what I mean. And Attorney Smith, that's correct, am I right?
That is correct.
Right,
Yes.
and this stipulation that was issued was, I guess, supported by both sides of the party in regards to moving this matter forward, so you didn't have any pending issue regarding whether or not we have a new board or the current board so that they can continue to function.
Well, actually, I just want to say that the injunction and the stipulation, even though that did occur, in addition to that, the matter was fully briefed, and there was a hearing before the court. In fact, maybe more than one hearing where all of the legal issues and everything were presented. So it was not just I don't want to give a misleading or false impression that it was just a stipulation and then they just went and agreed and then an injunction happened. It has been fully briefed and fully argued before the Superior Court. And so we then await a final decision, an opinion from the Superior Court.
Which we have not gotten yet and still a pending issue.
Not as yet.
Very
Not
well.
as yet.
Thank you. I'm happy that we're clearing that up. In respect to your recruitment and retention, can you speak to what is your challenges? I know that traditionally the role of attorneys at the Attorney General's office have always been one where they have utilized it as a stepping stone kind of to say, well, they perhaps get some experience and then move on. But what have you seen in terms of your challenges with your ability to recruit and retain Attorney Generals?
And thank you for that question, because yes, it is true that just generally speaking, the prosecution office, the assistant attorneys general is often like a revolving door. But when you start to see like a significant amount at one time, and then we start to look, we always deal with sort of exit interviews, so to speak, and find out the reasons and everything. And then we're seeing that a number of persons, they leave, and then the job that they get is like paying them $20,000 more than they made before, and they explain, they're not going necessarily for any other reason, but there is a better offer, greener pastures. That I would say would be the biggest one that we've been able to identify, apart from the fact that it's normally we have a revolving door. When we see a significant amount of ones leaving to greener pastures, to more money, it's clear that our salaries are quite low, and it's resulting in an inability to be able to retain.
So that's within your purview in terms of making a recommendation somewhat, so that we could probably up the ante, so that we could be a little bit more attractive, or at least competitive in being able to, again, continue to at least retain our attorneys. Because obviously
Yes.
we lose experience as well when they go on to greener pastures.
Mm-hmm.
So
and we would like to have them compensated well for their work, and that's important. And remember too that they are under the union, so we do have to go through the collective bargaining process.
Okay. And obviously, we can see that there is a spike in the level of violent crime within the territory, more so here in St. Croix. Have there been any discussion in regards to the reactivation of the Violent Crime Task Force, again, to assist in the collaboration that will be required by all of the stakeholders to try to counteract the situation that we're experiencing in terms of the spike of crime?
I have to say, I'm not familiar with exactly what you're talking about with respect to the reactivation of the Violent Crime Task Force. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, in the past, when we have had spike, what we have done was created the Violent Crime Task Force, which would allow for federal, local authorities to come together, as well as the prosecutors, the investigators, and all those things, so that they could have one definitive mode in terms of resolving some of these crimes. And we know that a lot of times there may be some situation where there's pending affidavit or information that's required. They could have real one concentration based on their efforts, collective efforts, to really address the problem.
Okay, we have been definitely, I'm not sure if it's the exact task force you're talking about, but definitely I know we've had intel units where right within between the Office of the Attorney General as well as the VIPD units that actually are just dedicated as a focused task force in attacking violent crimes. A lot of intel connections and everything is involved with that. There has been discussions with respect to going that route again because it has shown to be very effective. But of course, I can't tell you everything with respect to our discussions and what our strategies are. But that sort of focus type task force initiative is the type of thing that that's always very beneficial, especially when we're facing a crisis like this.
I just had to smile because the strategy is not for me to know; it's really for the community to be able to feel an impact. They're the one. Yeah. They're the one that we need to make sure that we have a good handle on what's transpiring there.
Exactly.
In regards to Act 7810, which speaks to the establishment of a crime lab, I had agreed to allow for the medical examiner's office to be able to retrofit and build out their morgue. It's been 5 years since we have moved this legislation. Obviously, St. Thomas have already established their space, and we have yet to, I'm a little disappointed that we have yet to really been able to secure a space here in the St. Croix district. What's the true situation regarding us being able to make that identification of a space and at least get the component in St. Croix up and running?
Okay. Right now, with respect to the ME office for St. Croix, we are looking, as I indicated, I'm been working with the Commissioner of Property and Procurement in order to identify a spot. If either it's going to be land where we can then establish get a modular unit and everything, we pretty much know exactly what it is that we need, or it can be, a land that might have a structure that we can then retrofit and renovate in order to accommodate it. We are really looking constantly, especially now because when the one Louis Hospital demolishes, it goes through the demolition sometime in the next few months, we're going to have to have it in place. So it's really an urgent matter that we're dealing with.
So please, AG, let's move on. Let's function like this is urgency, and we really need to move the needle and get this going, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely are. In fact, I just had meetings I'm constantly in meetings and in discussions with the commissioner with respect to the available lands, the available properties that have to have a certain infrastructure because they have to be connected to the sewage system. There has to be some kind of an infrastructure there. If you want more detail, Mr. Hunt is also here with respect to that, who has also been present when the bill was the bill that you refer to, the measure for the ME office. He's also here to answer any questions with respect to that.
Very well. My time has been running. Maybe I'll ask the chair if he'd allow him to at least elaborate a little bit on his time. But my time is running. Just two quick questions before my time expires. I wanted to ask you about the malpractice cases. Have you seen, and I see that they're making some significant progress in that area, and kudos for doing that. I wanted to ask you, have you been able to see any particular trending or patterns being developed in regards to these malpractice cases that would then allow you to be able to make some recommendation or at least be able to address some of the concerns that we're seeing with our healthcare providers? Can you speak to that real quickly? Any patterns or trends?
I'm going to refer this specifically to Attorney Russell, who is our director of the medical malpractice section. I would say, though, just to generally answer your question, we have definitely been discussing, some propose measures that we think would need to shore up the act in order to address some of the situations that we have, but that's still in the works. But Attorney Russell?
Yeah, Attorney
Are you
Russell, if you
on
could
that
just
you can
address
respond
the patterns, any
to
patterns
Senator?
that you have noticed or trending that of particular concern to you.
This is Attorney Russell, Director of the Medical Malpractice and Risk Unit. As to trends, not really. A lot of the cases are just basic, negligence cases. What we are seeing is, what we're doing to sort of address it in-house is in communication with the healthcare providers. We may reach out and say, your documentation, maybe you need to beef up your documentation. Maybe you need to beef up your consent, your informed consent. And those are the two areas that I've seen where we have communicated with the healthcare providers that they can be more mindful.
Okay,
But besides that, it's all over the place. Sort of.
Very well, thank you. All over the spectrum. Okay, and my final question. Well, first of all, I want to give you kudos for the standing up of the Mokufu unit. I'm very happy to see that moving forward. As you know, that was part of my legislation in Act 8287. But in terms, we're bleeding millions of dollars in this territory because of illegal gaming that's occurring. And I wanted to ask you, AG, have you gleaned or at least focus in on the illegal gaming that's occurring in terms of the parlay and all those other games and the millions of dollars that's leaving our territory as a result of those illegal games?
Okay, well, I got to tell you, I'm not familiar with parlay or what that is. Is this casino type gaming that I would refer it to Attorney David?
Yeah, these are like numbers. These are number games. They're not sanctioned casino games. These are like number games, parlay, way, different games that again they play several times a day, and unlike our traditional lottery, and there's millions of dollars that's just again leaving the territory consequential to that. I'm not sure if Attorney David have a perspective on it.
Time.
If I may, R. Oliver David, Director of Gaming Enforcement. Senator, I know there
Excuse
are
me, before you speak, please say your name for the record, please.
I did. R. Oliver David, Director, Division of Gaming Enforcement. I was saying, Senator, I know that there are illegal games out there, but that does not come directly on the purview of the Gaming Enforcement Division, since we are basically focused with regard to the casino games. However, if the Attorney General can assign the Gaming Enforcement Division to deal with violation of other gaming activities, but that has to be a discussion, a study, and with regard to the personnel that is required, then we could look into that. But right now we are by statute focused with regard to enforcing casino style gaming.
And from what I'm hearing, what you're saying, it could be that it is under the auspices of the VI lottery enforcement when you describe those games. So so it's definitely something that we'll look into. But I believe that it could be the enforcement team under the VI lottery that that deals with those matters. But in any event, I think it's something. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. We could at least look into it.
Very well. I will have that discussion, a follow-up discussion with you, Madam AG, because obviously that's part of you as a top law enforcement person. I think is instrumental that you get a perspective on it, as well as to advise the lottery. And if we have some assistance from the gaming enforcement, I think that we should also allow for some collaboration in that effort. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and the leniency.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Thank you very much for that line of questioning. Attorney General, Senator Francis sort of touched on it for a minute. Let me ask you, has there been any talks between your office and the police departments relative to a collaboration on a crime lab, which is definitely needed in the territory?
No, I have not had any talks regarding a crime lab. If you're referring to the the bill that Senator Francis referred to. I think there's more information with respect to that that I would like Mr. Hunt to address.
Okay, Mr. Hunt.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. Director Hunt, Department of Justice. Under the Act number 7810, the legislature specifically gives that directive to the Department of Justice. And it says in Section 1, the Department of Justice shall establish, staff, and equip a forensic crime lab in the Virgin Islands. And it goes on to tell you specifically the qualifications and the different certifications that would be needed in order to do this lab. They appropriated approximately $500,000, which is still available and within our reach once we create this. I have reached out to the different supervisors on St. Croix and on St. Thomas concerning the number of cases. This bill came about specifically because of the amount of difficulty and the time it took to have the results from kits, rape kits that were submitted. We had a backlog, sometimes 50, 60 kits that weren't sent out. Some because there was no suspect, some because for whatever reason. But there was a long backlog. Since then, that has been kind of changed, but we're still utilizing labs, stateside licensed lab, and that's where that, basically where that's at right now. We explored it first with former Attorney General Claude Walker, and at the time, we realized that it would be at least $12,000 to $20,000 to do a full lab. Maybe depends on the specific areas. It can be up to $40 million just to get the building and to outfit it and get the staffing. So according to Attorney Walker at the time, he said, well, we got to start someplace. And that's when he decided to do the medical examiner area, that's the area that really collects a lot of the samples during autopsies in all the various cases. For example, projectiles and fragments from shootings. Someone is poisoned, we do the tox. So this area right now, I don't know how we're going to be able to get through that. I think the AG would have to really address that as far as the funding to be able to put it. And we got to specify whether we want a full lab or whether we're just doing it for DNA. But based on the legislation, they're requiring a full lab. It says the Department of Justice establish, staff, and equip a forensic crime laboratory in the Virgin Islands. So a forensic crime laboratory would include basically a DNA. It would be toxicology. It would be fire and tool marks, which is ballistics, fingerprint, drug analysis, trace evidence, document examination, and computer crime. And that's a wide spectrum to be able to accomplish. So,
and what I would say, Senator, also to go further, and we've had discussions, I've had discussions, numerous discussions with Mr. Hunt with respect to that and where we are now. But in reality, I see that the measure was for $500,000, and that's maybe to start up something. But the cost of building a lab, our own lab, and then maintaining it every year, including the cost of personnel and equipment and everything, would be astronomical compared to a $500,000. So I believe that it's better if we're going to do that. We have to see way more than $500,000, and we have to look and see what the costs are going to be and see whether or not we'd be able to sustain it, because it could very well end up costing way more to have our own rather than to have the cost of sending it away and paying for those, for those tests and everything, which is what we're doing. So we have to look at the cost effectiveness of it as well. And it can't be a one-time, process where you just, when you appropriate an amount now. It has to be ongoing, where we can see for the next several years that this is the amount of money that will fund this kind of lab.
Okay, has your agency conducted a cost analysis as to how much it would actually cost?
on a casual discussion basis, we did do a cost analysis with Mr. Hunt based on the information he had with respect to the cost and everything. I don't have it with me, but I'll be happy to provide that to you. But it shows the kinds of money that it would just, and the kinds of personnel and everything that would be necessary, and the types of lab and the equipment to upkeep a lab, because remember, this is an integral part. This is our evidence. So it has to be preserved properly. And so the costs are just substantial. And I think for a small community where the cases, we're not going to have as many cases as, let's say, where they have the big DNA labs and everything in the States. So then you have to think, is it cost effective to spend that kind of money for the limited amount of cases that we have? And so it doesn't appear that way, but I'll definitely would like to share what we have found with respect to that so that you can see that.
Okay, could you please submit it to my office as soon as possible, please?
Yes, I will do that.
Okay, thank you, Senator Francis.
Please take note of that, Mr. Hunt.
Okay, Senator Francis, you recognize for your point of...
A point of information real quickly.
Information, go ahead.
AG, we provided, it was either 1.2 or 1.6 million dollars were placed on that project. Initially, we started out with the 500,000. As a matter of fact, you spent on the lab in St. Thomas, you spent over $650,000 on just that particular lab of the medical examiner's office in St. Thomas. And the similar amount was supposed to spend here in St. Croix. And in fact, we also provided additional information where there are federal support to establish a crime lab. And I agree with you, perhaps there's a component of a crime lab that you wouldn't be able to stand up because you don't have an immediate need for that, or it'll be a lot more expensive. And that's the reason why we went ahead and supported you going towards the morgue route for the start of it. But there's a lot of federal funds that's available for that endeavor, and I'd love to see what that financial assessment would be so that we could support it. But we wanted to make sure that you're provided with the necessary crime lab, at least whatever component of it you would like, so that we could start to be able to resolve some of these criminal cases that we have pending. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your point of information. Senator Francis. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back, Mr. Chair. Glad to have you back, and happy to know that you're feeling healthy again. Congratulations to the teachers, the nurses, I think fire, corrections, police, Seniors Week. Congratulations to all of those celebrating this week. Yes, definitely big kudos to all of those units. And I also like to add in, I sponsored a bill which is now Act 8061. It's making the month of May Stroke Awareness Month. And it goes based on an acronym FAST, F-A-S-T. Basically face droopings. If you feel your face drooping, arm weakness, slurred speech, and confusion, it's then time to call 911 and get to a medical provider immediately. As soon as you can do that, if you see someone suffering from these type of motions, contortions, assist them very much as well as we can. Also, again, to Attorney General, to you and your team, thank you. Thank you. Law enforcement and dealing with the public, and sometimes the way you have to deal with them is a tough job, but I support you guys, you and your team very much. So for me, I like to start out with, from time I hear CBA mentioned, my ears jump up, and you mentioned about the CBA. How much unions represent the attorneys, or what bargaining unit?
One, that's SIU.
SIU, okay. Can any stipulation, since prior to that, can any stipulations have been, or have any stipulation been made in terms of, because of you're seeing how you're not retaining attorney generals, any stipulations to do a wage increase or any adjustments to the wages, barring having to negotiate?
And we have no stipulations, just to answer
Okay.
then. But we're looking towards starting negotiations and everything and discussions with the union. I have had informal discussions with the union representative, but as far as any formal stipulations,
Okay, any date set?
no date set.
Okay, now, also now for, that's for your personnel, and is that for the non-attorneys? Have they, the other, your civilian personnel, have they negotiated as yet?
No, but I'm going to refer this to Mr. Trotman. HR, are you there, Mr. Trotman?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Michael
Yes,
Trotman, Human Resources Director.
Okay.
For the non-attorney staff members, they have not negotiated contracts either.
Okay, so Attorney General, I truly want to hear that when you talk about people under your purview who have not negotiated to better themselves, talk about everybody. Let's get another attorneys alone, because some people look at attorneys as, hey, oh, they're making enough money, but hey, they have a collective bargaining agreement, they deserve what they deserve, and your civilian staff, the rest of the individuals who are working hard to support those attorneys deserve what they deserve. So let's make sure you switch up your testimony and add in everybody, because I know it's probably the same testimony from last year, so I know you're cutting and pasting. Cut and paste and add in those individuals.
Well, we don't cut and paste there.
Well, you forgot the other individuals. Okay, so let's make sure we add them in. Thank you for that. The Old Creaky Funeral Home. Let me hear the status on that. I'm hearing talking about the medical examiner. Let me hear the update status on the Old Creaky Funeral Home.
We're about ready to move in, but I know that you might say you've been hearing that for a while.
Yes, I have.
Mr.
Thanks.
Hunt, yes, so have I. But Mr. Hunt,
Yes.
please say exactly what's happening.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Anthony Hunt, Director of Operation. We are days away. As a matter of fact, we're waiting for one piece of equipment that's being shipped presently. It's on its way. That equipment should be here by Friday. Once it's in, we've had the overall inspection by both medical examiner. They approve it overwhelmingly. All the equipment necessary has been purchased. We also have equipment that what we did when we purchased for St. Thomas, we also purchased for St. Croix. So we have the equipment on hand for St. Croix. We need a couple of things, but most of the equipment to set up St. Croix.
Excuse me, Mr. Hunt. Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me 1 second. And thank you for that. I know we're on St. Croix and you fed my colleagues on the Big Island will jump on you, but don't worry about that. We talking about St. Thomas. When is the ribbon cutting set date? St. Croix own is coming because they have the issues. I agree. They deserve theirs too. But let's hear the St. Thomas Old Creaky Funeral Home starting ribbon cutting date. Let me hear this.
The ribbon cutting date will be up to the Attorney General. However, I estimate 2 weeks.
Good.
And that seems reasonable. And you're going to hear from us, but I wanted to be certain that everything is here. We're waiting for one piece of equipment, particularly the X-ray, the equipment for the X-ray equipment or X-ray machine that we would be able to have in-house so that the medical examiners would not have to travel to the hospital to get the X-rays done. So everything will be able to be done in-house. The machine, my understanding, came in. We ordered it last month and it just arrived, I believe, early last week. Am I correct, Mr. Hunt?
Yes, it actually has not arrived yet, but it should be here this week. Once installation, that piece of equipment is very necessary. As you know, we have quite a number of shootings, and when you got multiple shootings, it's very difficult for the pathologist to be able to locate. And that was one of the things they said they required upon doing the inspection. to do. Also, Senator DeGraff, or any senator, if you wish, at any given time, you can give me a call. I'll be more than glad to give you a personal tour of the facility.
Good.
The cooler is up and running. Everything is up and ready to go. So that's where we're at.
Okay, through the
Yes,
chair, I
everything
would
else
like
is
to.
in place.
Through the chair, I'd like to also request formal invitations for all of my colleagues to attend this ribbon cutting when it takes place. Okay, don't forget us.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, correction, Attorney General, in the last time I spoke with the OMB director, asking in regards to, I sponsored Act 8383, which was supported by my colleagues and signed by the governor, for any excessive money outside the budget to be turned over to the GERS. At one point, the governor stated there was $60 million. I was waiting for 30. That didn't materialize. The official number that the OMB director mentioned was 10.8 million. 4.4 million of that is supposed to be sent to GERS. The OMB director stated that the Attorney General, yourself, stated that that money could not be released to GERS because of the court case. Now, the court case decision has been made, I think, after that conversation with the OMB director. Can that money be released to GERS at this time?
Okay, first of all, let me just clarify that during the time I was requested, that a request was made to me with respect to a request from GERS for the release of funding, and it was a general request, and some of the funds were it touched upon the funds that were at issue at the trial in court at the time. So I then advised her, yes, do not make any decisions or release any funds because the matter is in litigation. That's something anyone would tell you. But I can't tell you, if you're identifying specific funds, I can't tell you whether or not it was those specific funds that you're talking about. But
okay,
I would just like to refer to
2 minutes.
I would refer to Attorney Jacobs. I don't know if you have anything to say with respect to that. I just wanted to make clear that when I told her that it was for matters that were the subject of the litigation.
Carol Thomas Jacobs, Chief Deputy Attorney General. AG, you're correct. One of the issues in the litigation was whether or not there was outstanding employer obligations to GRS, and the issue was whether or not the government should pay those while that is pending, because there was a dispute as to how much of that employer obligation was actually outstanding to GRS. So that was the basis for the Attorney General.
Thank you for that. If you could refer to Act 8383, again, it didn't have to do with the lawsuit, and then probably speak with the OMB director and then decide if those monies could be released. It didn't have to do with the lawsuit. So if you could follow up on that, and then you could inform the chair.
83.
Okay, good. And you could inform the chair if those monies are able to be released through the OMB. Attorney General, the Takata airbag settlement. What is the Takata airbag settlement for the territory? Because I understand the residents were paid some X amount of residents were paid $200, and the government received 50 vehicles. Could you explain to me what is that contract for ongoing? They will receive 50 vehicles now and more, or could you explain what was the contract or the final decision on the Takata airbags for the territory?
Okay, just generally first I'll tell you, and then I'm going to refer to Attorney Jacobs, but generally, first of all, the Takata airbag settlement, the Takata thing, that was separate with Takata. And that is, I think, what you're talking about, the $200, et cetera. Then the matter with the cars was the lawsuit as against Honda. So even though it still involved Takata bags, there were two different parties and two completely different settlements. Both settlements, the settlement was completed with Takata before I came on board. And then when I came on board, I was notified as to the pending settlement with Honda, which are the vehicles, and that's in progress. But go ahead, Attorney Jacobs.
Time.
Again,
Yeah.
If there's anything more, I don't.
okay. Yes, Carol Thomas Jacobs, again, Chief Deputy Attorney General. It's two different, there are two different parties. Takata, that was resolved some time ago. The Honda settlement is the settlement that involves the 50 cars and the payment of, I believe, approximately $1 million to the government. That's a separate settlement from the Takata, Takata settlement. Honda involves Takata, but only the use of Takata airbags in Honda vehicles.
Okay, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. Okay, so you say now, okay, now I have it clear. So the Honda settlement was an action brought by the government of the Virgin Islands against Honda?
Against Honda.
Okay,
yes.
And you said it was for 50 cars and $1 million?
Well, that was the settlement.
Okay.
The settlement was essentially, as was announced, it was for the settlement of 50 cars, approximately 50 cars, and payment of cash of approximately just over $1 million.
Okay, have we received that cash? That's what we're trying to get. I understand we're getting the cars, but have we received the $1 million plus?
Yes, we have, and we have received the 1 million, and we only received 15 cars so far, so we have an additional 35 cars, which we should receive before the year end.
Okay, and that's a one-time. Final question. One time?
No, how do you mean one time?
Yeah, one time meaning we get the $1 million plus and 50 cars one time, and that's it, or for X amount of years or something? One time.
Well, within the year, we should get the cars coming in. So we got the first 15 in February, I guess. It was February, January. We got the first 15. And then afterwards, we have to put in for the other ones as we go along. But determinations haven't been made. That's all still in progress as to, what they are and how and everything. But it would be, the cars are to be completely delivered by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you, Madam AG, to you and your team. Continue doing what you're doing. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Dwayne D. Graff. Next up for your 10 minutes is Senator Kenneth Giddens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Let me first start out, too, by giving much appreciation to the superheroes of the nation, our nation's teachers, especially those here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I salute you today as we begin the celebration or recognition of the annual National Teachers Appreciation Week, which is celebrated from today, Monday, May 5th, through Friday, May 7th. That being said, there was a number of things discussed earlier, and it's almost like I'm all over the place, but let me ask first, because I heard a response from you, Attorney General, with regards to special agents being hired for the, I believe it was Paternity and Child Support Division, and that they came on about a month ago and you did the hoopla with the swearing in, etc. How many individuals were hired as investigators?
As investigated for paternity and child support?
Yes.
Because we did hire several investigators, including for SI, Special Investigations.
Okay.
So for paternity and child support, Mr. Joseph, can you?
No, not Mr. Joseph. I'm asking you, Attorney General. You got to sign these NOPAs, etc. How many were hired?
I'm talking about a count. I think I want to be accurate. So,
So is your HR
for
person there?
paternity and child support in particular is what you're asking.
So is your
And so I
HR
just want to be accurate.
Attorney General? Let's. I always ask all of you, as attorneys, when you go to court and you ask a specific question, let's stick there. Now, I want this question to be responded to by yourself or by the HR person. As soon as I have a question for the paternity and child support director, I will ask him specifically.
Well, I want to be accurate, so I'm not going to be able to give you an accurate count of how many investigators, but I will refer that to Mr. Trotman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Michael Trotman, Human Resources Director. For paternity and child support, we hired 3 special agents, 2 in St. Croix and 1 in St. Thomas.
And when were they brought on board?
2 began on the 15th of March and 1 started on the 29th.
Are these individuals, do they have NOPAs in hand?
Yes, sir, they do.
Signed NOPAs?
Yes, sir, they do.
Thank you. Let me go now. Thank you. That addresses my earlier inquiry. Let me pick up where my colleague from St. Thomas left off, because I wanted to ask about the Takata airbag settlement. And Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask you for your indulgence, or hopefully I will be able to get through all these today. Now, I believe it was a press release dated back to February this year, where the Attorney General's office made an announcement with regards to a court settlement with automaker Honda arising from a 2016 enforcement lawsuit. And this was on behalf of, let's see here, of Virgin Islands consumers. So can I ask how many people were directly impacted by this lawsuit, if you have that knowledge?
I don't know.
Who received the funds that you spoke about in the tune of some $1 million, and who is accounting and administering these funds?
The funds go to the government of the Virgin Islands. The lawsuit is the government of the Virgin Islands.
Who specifically?
So it goes to the government of the Virgin Islands under the criminal activities. A criminal activity.
Attorney General, who specifically, who received these funds and is accounting and administering these funds? What agency?
The Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Attorney General's office.
So you have received these funds. How much monies exactly were received?
Okay, I'm going to refer this to Attorney Jacobs.
Thank you.
Carol Thomas Jacobs, the amount that was received, it was $1,001,088.
And how much of these monies have been expended? I believe it was stated that you're giving each litigant or affected consumer $200 each. Is that correct?
No, see, that wasn't a part of the settlement, not the Honda settlement.
Not the settlement, but the government decided how much monies were going to be given to affected individuals. How much money?
No.
How much monies was it then?
No, no, sir. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but there was no, as a part of the Honda settlement, that was SECO action separate to Honda. There is nothing that I know of. There was no agreement or anything with respect to the $200. That
Okay.
was the Takata settlement.
Okay. I withdraw that one. How is the $1.1 million spent? Or how is it being spent?
Well, what it is that pursuant to the code under the criminally influenced and corrupt organizations, the proceeds that are received under that for this particular type of lawsuit are to go to designated to go to the for the investigation and prosecution of crimes under the SECO Act, as well as to the credit of the Department of Justice, rather, for the investigation and prosecution of crimes, covering those expenses, and in the criminal activity fund. So it's directed by legislation because this lawsuit was a suit brought under the Criminally Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, as well as the Consumer Act.
Through the chair to the Attorney General's office, I'm asking for a detailed accounting of those monies received through this particular settlement.
Okay, they have not been spent actually, but we'll be sure to give you some information on what the plans are. Where
yes, if it has not been spent, if it has not been spent. Okay, hold up, Attorney General. Right. If it has not been spent, just tell us the plan and how these monies will be spent.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do so, sir.
Now, what type of so with this settlement, this is the one because you keep saying it's two. So with this settlement, is this also the one that we're receiving a number of vehicles from the Honda automaker?
Yes. Yes, the Honda case is vehicles and cash. Yes.
What type and how many vehicles were received by the government of the Virgin Islands thus far?
15 came in.
Thus far.
Thus far.
That's 15 of 50.
15.
Right. 15
came in January and February.
What type of vehicles were received?
They were all Hondas. Hondas and Acuras, which Acura is a Honda. If you're requesting the models, but they're all Honda vehicles, of course, because it's a Honda settlement.
And to your knowledge, are these standard government of the Virgin Islands issued vehicles that we would normally have?
Well, actually, no, because this is a part of the settlement and it's separate.
Understand. Don't go too far. I understand. The answer is no. Thank you.
No.
Now, is the government of the Virgin Islands, to your knowledge, equipped to maintain these high-end vehicles that we're receiving? Have there been any conversation? Have there been any conversation with the Department of Property and Procurement?
Yes. I have not indicated. There's nothing been indicated to me that there's a problem.
So your response is yes. Your response is yes that the government of the Virgin Islands is equipped to maintain these high-end vehicles?
No, my answer is yes, that I did have discussions with the Commissioner of Property and Procurement with respect to that. And what I remember,
and his
one
response
thing that came
was,
out of that is that we will try to see if we can get hybrid vehicles.
And his response was, if you had this particular conversation, is through him, is the government of the Virgin Islands equipped to maintain these high-end vehicles?
I don't know.
Okay. The 15 vehicles that's been received thus far, where have they been assigned to?
Attorney Jacobs, do you have the assignments there, the specific assignments?
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Carol Thomas Jacobs. We had 15 vehicles, 10 were assigned to the Department of Justice, 2 to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, 2 to Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and 1 to the Inspector General's office.
and one to the Inspector General's office. Okay. Thank you much, and time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Giddens. Put a few minutes on the clock for me at this time, Madam Clerk. Attorney General, how long have you been in this position?
Since April of 2019.
Okay. I'm gonna give you about a minute or so, or maybe two, to tell us about your accomplishments or achievements to date in your role as the Attorney General. The spotlight is on you now. Take it away.
Wow. I was not ready for this, but my accomplishments so far since I've gotten on board, concerning, especially based on what I met when I got there, met an organization that unfortunately was severely and critically understaffed, not able to meet a lot of the mandates, and at the same time with very significant significant cases that we were handling and were pending. Soon after I got on board, I had to pull together a prosecution team to prosecute the hospital case, which is the case against three persons who at the hospital were accused of embezzlement, et cetera, other crimes under the criminally influenced and corrupt organizations. Pulling together that team, that happened to have been a case that I was actually the prosecutor many, many years ago, very old case, and we were able to get a conviction on that case. Also, we have been able to get reorganize the paternity and child support or the entire Department of Justice, but implement a reorganization process and everything where, with respect to the staff within Main Justice, we're able to develop a system where the legal assistants and support staffs are able to get the kind of training they need, but at least also enter into positions that require a higher skill set, and also enable them to not only make more income, but also be able to encourage upward mobility within the department. Also, that was also applied to the Paternity and Child Support Division, where we were faced with the significant situation with the staffing being understaffed and not being able to meet some of the mandates. And we were able to establish a reorganization as well there in establishing positions and everything in a system that would encourage person to be able to move up and able to actually enjoy the work at the same time, enjoy the professional development that the environment would, the work environment would be able to provide. Accomplishments in I have to say, I can't say I do all this alone because it's really based on my team working with me, but we've handled some significant cases on behalf of the government, civil cases as well. We've been able to proceed and we can see the results of that as well. I've been able to I think I'm already blessed with a team that works very, very hard in accomplishing objectives. I tend to be an action person and I like to see results. So, and I have a team, fortunately, that also, produces results. And that's results in the cases that we handle in whether we prevail or not. What we do is we put on excellent cases and we present excellent work. And I think that I've been able to bring the department to a point where, we are going in the direction of being the professional organization that we know that we are and that we ought to be. I think we've had so many challenges from the beginning, but we brought it to this point where we're able to address things and with a confidence. There's just such a drive that I see, an energy that I see that I actually feed off of from my staff, but a drive to really accomplish great things within the department. So I would say that's a part of it, and the work is not done. One thing that I always say, I said it when I first came, is I wanted to try to make the Department of Justice a place where people feel good about their work. They feel good about coming to work. And something interesting during the pandemic when they were talking about sending people home to telework, and I started, the thing where, okay, they can volunteer to telework. And we didn't get many people who wanted to telework. And came to find out that a lot of people didn't. They wanted to come to work. And yet they were giving the opportunity to go home and not work. And I actually had to make it mandatory that people telework, and so it was kind of, it gave me the impression, definitely that people are enjoying their work more. I think the environment is becoming more and more conducive to their work and the work that we do. So I would say that it's my accomplishments are based on the accomplishments and the support of my team, the entire staff.
Thank you for that. And I'm sure your team is right there. I'm sitting behind the cameras now, actually glowing for including them in your report.
They deserve it.
So let me go ahead and ask you now, what's the status of the obligation of any COVID dollars that you received?
We did not receive COVID dollars.
Yeah,
we did not receive. We did not. Mr. Christopher, we did not receive any COVID dollars, correct? We did not receive any. Not that I know of. Other than the only thing that I could say is I know we received what is it for emergency, the PPEs and everything through Vitima and everything, but I think those were actually tangible objects. Mr. Christopher, did we receive any COVID money?
Hi, Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. No, we did not receive any COVID monies.
Wow. And you're all able to actually fully function without receipt of any additional funds. That speaks volumes. Oh.
It really takes a lot of creativity, creative work, because we're short in funding, but really, I have to credit the financial team on that. Really being able to creatively see how we can squeeze out or adjust, funding and everything so that we can get the things that we need. It's just creative financing. And I would say that came when we were supposed to, when we were supposed to start teleworking. We needed to get the laptops. And so we had to find, okay, how are we going to fund every single person to get the laptops? We had to start out first with the employees agreeing to put everything on their personal laptops because we didn't have any. And then we were finally able to identify the funding to finally get to the point where everybody actually has laptops, or at least about to have laptops, in order so that anybody could telework at any time. So that's just an example of the kind of, creative financing. We got to get together to come up with solutions sometimes. And I think that one thing that I see with my staff, as well as I have always been, is that I find ways, when I see lemons, I find ways to make lemonade, taking off of that little cliche. I'm going to find ways to make lemonade, find ways to get a solution. I don't like to hear, no, we can't do something. I want to find out how we can do something. And that's what I want to hear from my staff. It's usually what they give me. So, yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Are you aware of the governor's executive order for all law enforcement officers to work 16 hours a month with VIPD? And have your law enforcement officers taken part in this endeavor?
Yes, we will be participating in that, our law enforcement officers. We just had a meeting just last week or week before last regarding how that's going to be implemented. The BIPD would be working on implementing that. What it requires is each law enforcement officer gives 16 hours a month. So that's two days a month, essentially, to the BIPD. It could even be 2 separate days. It doesn't have to be 2 days in a row. And that's something that we'll be able to swing, especially because of this emergency situation. I think we're at a point where we just got to do what we got to do to address this violent crime situation. And it's gonna be tough a bit because we do have a very limited investigator special agent staff, but it's absolutely necessary. And so we're definitely going to participate in that.
Okay, and speaking of violent crime, what has been your input to the police commissioner's strategic plan against to assist with violent crime in the territory?
We do sometimes have meetings where we will discuss certain aspects of it. The police commissioner has we have a very open line of communication, and I get many calls from him with respect to specific things that are happening and assistance in resolving certain things regarding violent crime investigations and everything. So the communication is there. I'm always there. My office in general and I am always there to consult with him, and he does reach out to me.
Okay, what's the maybe this is the question for HR. What's the average length of time it takes for someone to be hired, for an attorney to be hired by the DOJ? And what's the actual hiring process for an attorney applying for employment at the Department of Justice?
Good afternoon, Senator Payne. Michael Trotman, Human Resources Director. On average, I would say to bring a new Assistant Attorney General on board is roughly about 60 days. That is because the process requires the attorney generals to be special admitted to the Supreme Court before they can start practicing. So that process usually takes about 30 days to get a response from the Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Trotman. Is the white collar crime, is that unit fully staffed at this time? The white collar
no,
division?
not as yet. Not as yet. That it has not been fully staffed as yet. But we did have a significant beginning in October for the last fiscal year, the last budget bill. The 33rd legislature did appropriate a certain sum, approximately, I mentioned it in my speech, $400 plus $1,000, I believe. That was for the white collar section to at least make a start. With respect to getting the necessary investigators, attorneys, and investigative accountants and everything to be able to fund and start up the unit. So what we've been able to do since then is we've been able to hire 3 investigators, or rather 2 investigators. 1 is pending, and then there's an attorney pending. So a lot of that, the funding that we just got is pretty much encumbered. But we would definitely need more funding to get the investigators, especially that is necessary because we've had, quite an increase in investigations before our office. And it's something that we need to address right now.
Yes, I concur. And also, do you have a director of domestic violence with your agency?
No, we do not. That position of Director of Domestic Violence was actually funded by the VAWA grant, the Violence Against Women's Act grant, a federal grant. But the person who was given the position is one of the persons who has just left, and she is now working with another office, a federal office. So we do not have anyone in that position right now. And actually with the VAWA grant, my understanding is that it's actually about to expire in a few months. So before we don't want to go and try to rehire someone in that position before we know for certain whether or not it will be renewed, because you don't want to get someone on new and then something happens and it's expired. I actually feel more comfortable in seeing about getting a domestic violence attorney under the general funds, because then we'll be able to, know there'll be that continuity. Okay, but that's the status.
Okay, which director? Do you have a director in St. Croix for domestic violence in St. Croix?
No,
Or
no. This person who was the last.
The person is this a territorial position?
Yes, it's a territorial position.
Can the agency function without? Can that department function without a director?
Yes, because there isn't a specific department that's domestic violence. So the attorneys, the assistant AGs in the criminal prosecutors, they handle cases that are domestic violence cases. So it's not absolutely necessary that you have a designated unit in order for the cases to be prosecuted or a designated director for that.
Okay, thank you. I think my time has been called. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to determine there your last line of questioning if it was towards the director of the division or if it was regarding the victim witness advocate. So through the chair to the Attorney General, do we have a victim witness advocate within the Department of Justice, St. Croix and St. Thomas?
We have the head of the Victim Advocate Services here, and I'm probably botching up the title, in St. Thomas. We do not have a victim advocate in St. Croix, and we really, really, really need one.
So let's clarify before you go.
Actually,
before
we
you
ought to
move,
have two.
let me clarify before you move. You said you have the head of the victim witness advocate on St. Thomas. Is this person, because when we become heads or we become managers or whatever, we don't do the groundwork. Do we have a victim witness advocate on the Island District of St. Thomas as well?
In this case, yes, that our victim advocate, the head of victim services, does all of the legwork.
Does the
and
groundwork.
definitely does legwork. Yeah.
Okay, and why don't we have one on St. Croix?
I have been pushing for that for quite some time, and it is something that is really needed. For a certain short period of time, we had someone in place that was acting in a sort of like an acting capacity, but that did not pan out. But that is something that we need, and that's what we're looking to get, is actually a critical one. In fact, I just had a conversation with the head of victim services with respect to what all are the needs, how many people that we need in order to have the effective services provided to the victims and witnesses. So we need at least two in St. Croix.
So what's the problem? What's the problem? Funding?
Funding. Yes.
So the budget season is coming up. We will see that within your budget requests this budget season.
You definitely will.
Thank you.
You will see that, and I believe it's for 4, 2 on St. Thomas and 2 on St. Croix, in addition to the head.
Thank you.
Thank you for your point of inquiry, Senator Gittens. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
45, is that? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Oh, before we go to Senator Johnson, we'll take a 5-minute recess, so this way the testifiers can get a bathroom break, get some water or stuff. This committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. This committee is back on the record. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to all viewing and listening audience. I would like to start with where I left off when I asked about this letter and the response. I think Mr. Terrence Joseph, he could make contact and find out if this person have been issued the receipt notification of their funding. And just for the record, the last letter that I assist that person and prepared was done on March 24th. And that letter was sent to Ms. Cynthia Swanson. And I spoke to the individual, and he have yet to receive any information as to what he balanced or the acknowledgement of the money being put towards his arrays. So if Mr. Terrence Joseph could please answer that, I'd appreciate that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Terrence D. Joseph, the Department of Justice, Attorney to Child Support Division Director. I went and I had a conversation with Ms. Swanson, and she indicated she did receive the information. She had made an attempt 5 times to contact the individual by phone. She had got no response. Thus, I've asked her to send the information that was requested through the mail via return receipt, post haste.
Thank you very much. And I'll go back now to the Attorney General. I don't know your awareness of a building that you guys had occupied in Estate Glen, building 249. The Attorney General office moved out of this building from 2015. But however, majority of your equipment was in that building as late as this year. The owner could not rent his building, couldn't do anything with the building because your office had occupied it with a lot of your e-waste material and everything like that. How do we make ends meet or come to some fairness with the owner of that property? They could not rent the building out because there was a lot of e-waste in the building, and every time an individual come to rent it, the person didn't want to take the responsibility of getting rid of the Department of Justice e-waste.
Well, are you referring, you said in Estate Glen, but are you referring to it being occupied by the Paternity and Child Support Division?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to refer that to Mr. Joseph. I know that there's been a lot of work done on that. I had learned about it and that they were in progress of clearing it up and clearing things out. So, Mr. Joseph, can you please give us an update on that?
Before Mr. Joseph testify, the building have just got its final cleaning about 2 weeks ago. But I want you to bear in mind the question that I'm asking.
Okay.
The individual, you guys move out from 2015. But the building was still occupied with your equipment in it as late as 2 weeks ago. It was finally clean. How do you make ends meet with that owner? He couldn't rent his property.
You're asking how to make ends meet?
How do you intend to make ends meet?
I do not have all of the information necessary to even make that kind of determination. I don't have all of the details, but I would tell you that I think in 2015, you said, when I came here, of course, all that occurred before I got here.
I agree.
Think before even Mr. Joseph got here, for that matter.
I disagree with that part.
But I do know. Excuse me?
I disagree. I agree with your first part before you arrive. I disagree with Mr. Joseph because he'd been back and forth. So he was aware of it back then, at some point. But go ahead with your statement.
Okay, I'll say in any event, when we see a problem and a challenge, the first thing to do is let's start working on, getting it fixed, fixing the problem. As far as I know, that has been happening, and basically, I guess you're confirming at this point that everything has cleared out at this point. I don't know as to why it, as far as the length of time, I don't know what kinds of things were in there and everything, but I do know that by the time I got on board, and by the time we were notified as what the situation was, I was notified as in, and this is what we're doing. And they were working, our office was working from that point to resolve the situation. Mr. Joseph, I don't know if you got something more to add with respect to that.
I would appreciate of that matter being, I would appreciate if you could look deeper into that matter for how long it has been going. But just for time's sake, I'll move on. I see you in your list, right? You say you have 9 criminal attorneys on St. Thomas, 10 on St. Croix. How many more criminal attorneys would you need to satisfy the office so that we could make sure that these cases, because I only have like a minute left, so that we could make sure that you have sufficient attorneys to address this criminal element that's been taking this territory by, aggressive nature?
Mr. Christopher, I know he gave me the rundown exactly how much. I don't have that chart in front of me. But we would need a total of 14 attorneys in the criminal division, and then that's St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Yeah, your chart on page 16 of your chart. Page 16 of your chart, so you have in criminal division, you have 9 on St. Thomas and 10 on St. Croix. I was just interested as to how many more attorney in that area you would need to make sure that all of these cases, would be addressed in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Christopher.
Okay.
Department,
Yeah.
Chief Financial. In the criminal division, we would need 9 more attorneys, Senator.
Total, how much on each island? How do you split the 9?
Time.
You would need 5 more on St. Thomas and 4 more on St. Croix.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for that line of questioning, Senator Johnson. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again to the testifiers, to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Along the lines of what my colleague in St. Croix was just speaking about in regards to attorneys, I want to ask the question, what exactly, or what's the average time does it take for you to actually recruit an attorney to the Department of Justice?
Good afternoon, Senator Heiliger Francis. Michael Trotman, Human Resources Director. On average, to bring an Assistant Attorney General on board, it takes about 60 days.
About 60 days. Another aspect that was discussed earlier in regards to attorneys departing the agency. Have you guys done any research as to why? Is it for retirement? They have issues with pay? Is it about the caseload? Have you done any data collection as to why they're leaving the department?
We usually do what we do, our exit interviews, either through HR, Mr. Trotman, he can address that, but also even individually, usually I have discussions with them as well, because I just want to talk, but a lot of times it has to do with, they want to move on, and a lot of times it's related to getting a better offer, that they can refuse. But
so
would you like?
Basically, we got to do better with pay.
That's one main thing I would say. Yes.
Okay, one of the main things. Okay. Yes. As it relates to your budget for this upcoming year, because I know you guys have to come before us to present, have you thought about any recommendations for pay raises specifically for AGs so that they could be retained within the department, and or potentially altering of starting salaries? Is this something that you're looking at in your presentation before the body this year?
Yes, that is definitely something that's in discussions that we've been looking at and everything. We've had discussions. Yes, definitely.
Okay. Okay. One of the other things I want to ask, I know you guys are very interdependent when it comes to dealing with different agencies. So for example, the Virgin Islands Police Department, which you have a direct correlation with in regards to, they pick up people, they deal with the cases, they have to get transferred down to the AG's office. Do you feel, based on how the department is running right now, Some think it's very positive, some have issues across the board. How is your interaction with the VI Police Department? And do you see it as a positive one, or do you see there's room for improvement? And where can those improvements come?
Well, first of all, I would say that the relationship between the VIPD, and I'm talking about the VIPD officers and everything, and the prosecutors in our office is very good. I've even asked the question a couple of weeks ago. And there's always room for improvement. I don't care how good or great you are. There's always room for improvement. But but they really work very well together, and it's absolutely necessary because as I always say, you know, a crime is not really solved at arrest; it's solved at conviction. So the VIPD and the prosecutor's office, our prosecutors have to work hand in hand, and you know, with respect to the investigation, arrests, and the prosecution of those crimes. And that is good on both districts, both St. Thomas and St. Croix. It is reported that the relationship is good.
Good. I wanted to ask another question in regards to paternity and child support. I know one of the rules, I believe, if bills are not paid, their license could be taken away, passport, and a variety of things such as this. What has been done in regards to that for those that are not fulfilling their obligation? Do you guys do a full follow-through continuously or consistently in regards to levying those punishments as incentives for parents that are not paying to do what they should do?
I will refer this question to Mr. Joseph.
Good afternoon. Once again to listening audience.
Afternoon.
Terrence D. Joseph, the Department of Justice, Paternity and Child Support Director. Yes, and one of the things that we have done, in the past couple of, I would say, weeks.
Mr. Joseph,
we have leveled,
your camera is off. Your camera is off. No
Still
problem.
Oh, I
Is
see.
it still up?
Yeah, we can.
Can you see me?
We can't see you. No, go ahead. We can't see you, but go ahead.
Hold it, Senator, same.
But Senator, your camera is off on my, just to say, I can see Mr. Joseph, but I cannot see you, Senator. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
No, well, I haven't finished. I was about to tell you we have leveled over 2,000 individuals territory-wide for passports. That's automatically taken. And we have levied over 2,000 as well for driver's license. What we're doing right now, because we have investigators, we're embarking on having those documents be forwarded and followed up with the BMV to make sure those individuals' driver's license are revoked. And also we're doing the same as over to the licensing department.
Excellent. I want to ask, based on these actions, have you found that these actions have somewhat encouraged the parents that need to pay to actually do it? Because we want to know when we create laws or laws on the books that they're actually getting the job done.
Well, I would, yes, for the passport, absolutely. For the business license, absolutely. For the driver's license, I would add Terrence Joseph, once again, I'm sorry. I would add Director of Child Support. I would add that we include registration so it could be more timely, because you know the span of time over when your driver's license is revoked or when your driver's license is received is a 5-year span. And if we were to do it on a yearly basis, it will have more impact, sudden impact on the finances in regards to that individual having the willingness not to pay or the willingness to pay the agency.
Because that leaves a door open that if they happen to have register and then all of a sudden 1 year, they might have 4 years before their license expires and they can't renew it.
And that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you so much for this information.
I'm just saying as a recommendation that it would help if the legislation went that far as you refer to driver's license registration.
Well, I know some of this is on the federal level as well, but for example, for the local level, the question I want to ask, can legislation say, for example, if you are on the list that your license can be suspended as opposed to wait and roll around for registration. Is that what you're saying? Could be a possibility?
Yes, and also to include your registration, your inability to register vehicles. Because what you would do is have a driver's license, and your inability to register vehicles should also be suspended.
Okay, well, thank you for that information. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your indulgence of time.
You're very welcome, Senator Francis Heidegger. Thank you for your line of questioning. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
I would like to ask the Attorney General about the morgue in St. Croix. I understand that this morgue was supposed to be closing down, and I think there was to be starting to erect a morgue. What's the status on that morgue on the island of St. Croix?
Okay, on the island of St. Croix, first, when you say the morgue, you're talking about at the Juan Louis Hospital, because that's the one that we use.
Yeah.
But yes, and they're supposed to be demolishing the hospital, Juan Louis Hospital. So that's why it is imperative that we move and we get our own facility, because the hospital will not be able to accommodate the medical examiner's office. So that's why it is that right now we are searching for the location to put the facility. It's a medical examiner's office and autopsy suite that includes the morgue as well. And so that's what we're doing now. We already have plans, tentative plans drawn up. We already have potentially a modular unit. We've already identified some degree of funding for it. We just need the spot, this place, in order to then start putting those other things in motion.
And I would like to follow up, Mr. Chair. I think I heard Mr. Terrence Joseph speaking and requesting that the legislation address taking driver's license. I need to understand that a little bit more, if I may.
Are you asking Mr. Joseph a question?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to make sure I understand what he's saying. I need some clarity on this here about the driver's license being taken away from individuals and what's the breakdown with that?
Okay. Mr. Joseph?
Terrence Joseph, Department of Justice, Paternity and Child Support. The current legislation that's on the books requires that if an individual owes more than $2,500 in child support, that the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Paternity and Child Support can revoke their driver's license. That's the current legislation.
Wait, that's the current legislation here in the Virgin Islands? Where in the code is it? Where in the code is that?
Let me pull it for you. Give me 1 second. Pull the exact sections.
Well, and once you find it, they'll move on. But my reason for asking that, if you take a person driver's license from them, how do they go to work? So I really need that code, because I think we need to seriously look at it. Mr. Chair, if we take somebody's driver's license, they're a Vitran bus driver, they're a taxi driver, but that's the mode to get to work. How do they go to work to pay the child support?
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right, Senator Johnson, thank you for
with
your
the
point of
sections you're
inquiry.
referring to. Okay, afterwards.
All right, Senator Noel Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to the issue of the stimulus.
Wait, before you go ahead, hold this time. Mr. Joseph, could you try logging out and logging back in to we could have access to your camera, please? Go ahead, Senator Francis.
I wanted to go back to the stimulus, Madam AG, in regards to the withholding of the payment. I have a situation from one of my constituents that mentioned that he had a child support case back in the 90s, actually when the Toro building was in Christiansted, and for some reason under the 1,200 and the 600 payment, both of those were retained. Can you speak to how that is possible this day and age, and what is evident that there is a situation here developing with the stimulus that we have to create a mechanism by which individuals that obviously impacted by such a situation that this could be corrected. Can you speak to that?
I cannot speak entirely to that, but I do know that even though a person might have been in the system and had owed funds from the 1990s, and even if the children, which sometimes happens, the children are grown adults, sometimes they're still paying the child support. And the reason why is because there was a balance left. And as long as there was a balance left, they will continue to be responsible for those payments, even if their children got children. And so a lot of times that's what happens.
This particular situation, the matter was closed back in the 90s. So I think for me, obviously there'll be case by case that need to be reviewed. Maybe there needs to be, we need to create a mechanism by which individuals will be able to, I guess, grieve this particular concern, and then their matters are reviewed and the determination is made.
That's one of the things actually that will be done with why we want to get new staff on and everything, because we want to see and evaluate where the cracks are, where problems may be, or where they're not, and where we can give explanations and have the records. But and so those things I can see that would be coming as we develop our staff. That is a very good question. Thank you.
Very well. And in regards talking about the Toro building, do you still intend to use that space that you had here in Golden Rock for that purpose, or have that property been turned back over to the property and procurement?
Well, at least actually since I've come on board, I was told, because I was inquiring about the availability of it, I was told at that point that it was already, under property and procurement. So I know that it was the Toro, that was property with Department of Justice, but I was told that it was already there. As far as plans for it, I do not have any immediate plans at all with respect to that. And that is something really that, from the governor, the executive would be able to make the decision as far as what is best to do with that property.
Very well. I know that there's some interest in that location, so we'll try to develop that. The other issue, AG, is that in recent periodicals, we've seen that there have been arrests on arrest warrant made where cases may have been late last year. In one in particular, there was a December situation that led to an arrest in May or in April of this year. Is there a delay occurring in terms of the processing of arrest warrants?
So you're saying the warrant was processed?
The case, the situation was last year. The incident was last year, and now arrest warrant is being issued. In some instances, 6 months later. Is there a delay in you being able to obtain arrest warrants?
I wouldn't say that means that there's a delay at all, because remember that depending on what the case is and what the facts are, sometimes it requires, an incident may occur, but it requires an investigation, and we can't ever put a number of how long or how many days, weeks, or months an investigation must take. So basically, the purpose is to get enough evidence to establish probable cause and beyond a reasonable doubt, then to get a warrant. So sometimes that takes time. Sometimes it takes longer for certain cases, and then sometimes it's practically instantaneous with the incident. So that would not be an example of there being any problems or issues with warrants.
Very well. I know that we have a situation right now where we're seeing individuals are taking justice unto themselves whenever their inability to make timely arrests, then matters are being taken into their own hands. So I want to make sure that there is some smooth transition between the time that the incident occurred and, in fact, when some arrest is made or some resolution to the matter.
Time.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude with one follow-up question in regards to the white-collar crime unit. And I just wanted to ask the AG that is it your testimony that the portion of the money that you have received for the white-collar crime unit have been, those funding have been expended, and that at this point you're requesting the remainder, or it is additional funding that you need to actually ensure that the white-collar crime is continue to be effective in being able to go handle these white-collar issues?
Yes, to your first question, yes, the funds that were made available with the budget bill in FY 2021, that has been expended or encumbered because we have the positions. Some have been brought on already, a couple investigators, and then there's at least one attorney and another investigator that's pending that we've already identified. So it has been encumbered, and yes, we will need and seek additional funding in order to fund the additional positions that we need in order to get the unit sufficiently staffed and going. And it's something that is pretty, I consider it to be pretty urgent because although when I first came on board and there was no white collar unit, it apparently was dismantled. There was only 3 cases or so just there. But since then, I'm telling you, with respect to the increased in investigations or requests for investigations and everything, we definitely need to have these investigators on board to be able to handle these investigations as well as attorneys.
Very well. Thank you for your responses, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Noel E. Francis Jr. Next up, we'll have Senator Dwayne DeGraff, but before he comes on, Attorney General, just for my own edification and edification of the committee, what's morale like in the department, in the agency at this time? Employee morale? I would say I consider it very good. I would say that, and I don't do surveys on it, but when I do visit staff and I talk to staff and everything, they're always very they always seem very positive and like they're enjoying their work. Maybe you need to ask them directly, but it certainly seems very good. I've not gotten complaints or anything, and a very, very positive and professional environment, and I'm very pleased with it. Oh, okay, thank you, Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. Attorney General, for the support staff, yes. How many unions do you have in the support staff or bargaining units for the support staff?
That would be 1, I believe. Mr. Trotman, for support staff?
Michael Trotman, Human Resources Director. We actually have 2.
Oh, 2, excuse me.
Yeah, there's 1 employee in the supervisors union.
Okay, and when are they scheduled to negotiate their contracts? First of all, when do their contracts expire? Supervisors and the regular employees, and then when are they scheduled to renegotiate?
I'll tell you, we did not get a schedule for any of the unions, a specific schedule, but.
So when do their contracts expire?
The one for which I believe is under Overloo has expired, and the supervisors union, if memory serves, I think that expires sometime, if not this year, next year.
Okay, so they haven't got a date yet, so they're coming up for that. Okay, good. So Attorney General, how many murders are in the territory thus far, this year?
How many murders?
Correct.
We don't. I don't think we have those statistics. Remember, we're the prosecutors, so there might be 10 murders, but unless there's an arrest for that murder, we don't. We're not involved. We only get involved if there's an arrest. So I don't know if you meant homicide arrests.
No, I understand that, and I understand the process. I'm just saying that. 1 murder is 1 too many. So then in terms of task force that need to be implemented with Attorney General's support for officers going forward to work on making arrests, it's how many do we have to wait for the Attorney General to also get involved in that collaboration with the chief? You send your officers to work with the police commissioner,
Yeah.
you said twice a week?
No,
That's-
no.
Okay.
That situation that you were just talking, the twice the 16 hours is based on an executive order that that requires officers to work with. Peace officers in every agency to work with the VIPD for 16 hours a month. That's what
Correct.
that refers to.
Correct.
As far as my attorneys, assistant attorneys general, particularly the criminal prosecutors, they are constantly working with VIPD hand in hand as
Correct.
far as providing consultation and everything. So that's like a regular process.
How many prosecutions do we have in the 21 murders?
For
How
say it
many,
again?
how many prosecutions have we had for the year? In the 21 murders that they have, how many prosecutions?
Okay, so how many I guess what you would say, like how many cases have been filed? How many arrests that we then start to prosecute? Is that what you want for the year? Just
Correct.
for the calendar year, January?
In your realm, like you did the breakdown from the Attorney General's office, in your realm, how many have you presented to the court for prosecution?
Okay, I'm just looking for the time frame. This year?
This year,
New ones, or are you talking
2021.
Generally, how many murder cases? 'Cause I can ask-
2021, how many has the Attorney General Office of the United States Virgin Islands prosecuted for murder? How many murder cases?
Okay, I'm going to direct the questions to the two criminal chiefs. Criminal Chief for St. Croix, the Attorney Chancellor, Eric Chancellor. Can you answer the question from the senator with respect to how many murder cases have we opened for this year? St. Croix.
I have the figures for felony in general. For murders, I don't have the specific figure, but I personally know that we've opened at least, I would say probably at least 7 or 8. We open cases as they are brought to us by VIPD.
Excuse me again. Excuse me a second. I understand the process. I've been a police for 26 years. I understand the process. I'm just saying in terms of what the people are seeing, we are seeing 21 persons shot down dead in this territory. The Attorney General is stating that we are a separate entity, we're not the police. I understand that. I'm just saying, as the head law enforcement officer, as the Attorney General, when do we all collaborate to start addressing this crime situation? It's a crime wave we're having. We can't just sit and wait. Let's just sit and wait for officers to bring a hit or miss case. How involved are your attorneys with the officers in prosecuting these cases, in investigating these cases, to present them?
Our prosecutors, as I was indicating, our prosecutors very actively involved. They are always on call from the police officers. If they're even on the scene, they could be in the middle of a chase. They will call and ask questions. They get the legal advice and consultation. We are there for that. And this is in both districts, actively involved. There are specific attorneys, specific prosecutors that they have the phone numbers and everything that they're able to collaborate from the beginning to the point where there is an arrest or a warrant is needed, and everything. So to answer your question, yes, we are consistently and regularly involved and working together from the investigation stage.
Thank you for that. Okay, so in closing, Mr. Chair, basically, as the attorney for criminal was stating, there are 7 to 8 cases that have been opened up in regards to the 21 murders for the year 2021, correct?
Well, this is Eric Chancellor, Criminal Division. Like I said, I don't have the specific Criminal Division St. Croix. I don't have the specific figures. We have opened up some cases. We are in regular contact with VIPD. They have our personal numbers. They have my personal numbers and the personal numbers of two other attorneys I've designated for them to call. We work hand in hand with them with solving the crimes as needed. We have opened for 2021 murders, those cases where we have found that we have enough probable cause and arrests were made, we have opened those cases and all those cases have been filed. Naturally, some cases are still under investigation.
Right, I understand that. I just wanted to put out to the public that, hey, you know, we are doing something. We are making some kind of progress. Some of these cases are put forward for prosecution. I understand you don't have all the probable cause and all the sufficient information. We're asking the public to come forward and assist. But I'm just saying, just to let the public know that, hey, the AG office is out here, you know, in the fight also with the police department, with all law enforcement, doing what you do. And thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate it.
And that is indeed the case. I just wanted to let you know, too, that even the officers even have my phone number, and I've been called also in cases as well. So it is a constant thing, including Mr. Chancellor. He's a chief for St. Croix, and he's described the case in St. Croix, but also Attorney McRae. I believe, unless he has something different to add, I know that they work very, very closely. The assistant AGs work very, very closely with the VIPD in solving and helping in solving these cases.
Yes, before we move on, please have Attorney McRae respond to the senator's inquiry, please.
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon. Quincy McRae, Criminal Chief for St. Thomas. As far as the specific homicides that we have opened or filed with the court, I would have to provide you with that number. But as far as the interaction with the police, that is pretty much 24/7. Every minute, they call on the prosecutors whenever they need, arrest warrants, search warrants, subpoenas, everything to investigate this matter. I think it's a very good relationship. So as far as the ones that we have established beyond a reasonable doubt or probable cause to arrest, I would have to provide you with those specific numbers. But as far as their working relationship, that is every day that we work with the police to try to develop these cases.
Okay, so in St. Croix, we have 7 or 8 cases, but St. Thomas, we do not have a number for St. Thomas, St. John District.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll make sure to get you that exact information, those exact numbers, because I think that Attorney Chancellor was estimating about that much, so we can get to you the exact numbers with respect to that, Senator DeGraff.
Okay, appreciate that as soon as possible. Also, in the same line of questioning, do you have a full complement of investigators throughout all of your divisions? And if not, what's being done to address this?
What's being done is planning and looking hopefully for the next budget and putting in our next proposed budget the funding for those positions for additional investigators.
And how many percent do you have that are vacant as far as investigators? How many vacant positions? Yes, for investigators.
I believe I don't think we have any except for one. There's a territorial SORNA investigator, and that just recently became vacant that we're going to fill, but that's purely federal funds, however. But I don't, Mr. Christopher, do we have any vacancies for the investigators, or all of them for our request for new positions and funding? Any remaining vacancies at all?
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. No, not at this moment, no.
So what it is that we do need an additional amount of investigators, and we have those numbers, but we're seeking funding for those positions, and we have included that in our proposed budget to be able to get those filled.
Okay. And before we move on to the next senator, also, was the child support division slated to receive a computer systems upgrade?
Yes, and that is. And that is happening now. Mr. Joseph, address that with respect to the status of the upgrade of C-Stars.
Okay. Good afternoon, Terrence D. Joseph, Director of Paternity and Child Support. Yes. The Paternity and Child Support is expected to do its upgrades by December of this year.
Okay.
Okay, so
that should be completed.
Okay, so you have all the necessary funding to follow through with this project?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the system has been identified and ordered, or you're waiting to order a system? Well, what system are you going to?
Well, it's the platform, the actual platform. We're going to a web-based platform. We're changing the platform that we have now to a web-based platform, which is easier used and easier accessible to the clients as well as the customers.
Okay, and you're saying that by December of this year, 2021, it'll be fully functional and in place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Joseph. Senator
Mr.
Gittins.
Chair.
Excuse me?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to answer your questions. I just found my notes here for investigators. What we would need would be 14 total, 8 in white collar, 6 in special investigations division, and that is what we're seeking with respect to what we need.
And what will be the cost of that?
The cost associated with that, not sure, do you have that, Mr. Christopher, on hand? Or we could just provide that later.
You said how many investigators? Please repeat, Attorney General.
The cost for that would be, sorry,
Please
Christopher,
repeat.
Chief Financial Officer. The total cost would be $899,359.05.
At 839, 359 and 8 cents. 839,000 and 5 cents. Okay, and Attorney General, could you also repeat the numbers also, please?
That would be 14 investigators
Okay.
total. I just broke it down between white collar and SID. White collar 8, SID 6.
Okay, thank you very much. Attorney Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all again. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go from the paternity and child support since we keep hearing this talks, and I am not comfortable in the responses that I'm hearing. So, let's begin again. How many agents do we have currently for paternity and child support, St. Croix and St. Thomas?
On board, Mr. Joseph, that's 3, correct? Mr. Joseph.
We have 4 in total, 2 in St. Croix and 2 in St. Thomas.
So
Terrence D. Joseph, Paternity and Child Support Division, Director.
2 agents per district.
4 includes the SAC, right? The special agent in charge.
How many, besides agents, who else do you have that's handling these caseloads? Because when you hear a caseload for one district being some 4,700 and something, and in the next district you're hearing almost 4,000, how many personnel actually are investigating these cases? Because it doesn't have to be a special agent.
Well, if I may, Terrence D. Joseph, again, Director, if I may, it goes through a process. And once it goes through a process, we have over, in the Paternity and Child Support Division on St. Croix, for instance, we have approximately 6 caseworkers and 4 client facilitators who assist in this process with 2 attorneys.
6 caseworkers, and what's the other 4?
Client facilitators, those are the customer service representatives.
Customer service. Okay, do you have any investigative analysts or anything like that that could assist in these cases?
Senator Gittins, we've requested 2 investigative accountants, 1 for St. Croix District and 1 for the St. Thomas District. That's coming up in the upcoming budget request.
Okay, but when I'm hearing investigative accountants, now we gain a little technical, but I really want to see this division get some investigative analysts that could assist in these investigations, because when we're talking again about some 4,700 plus cases in St. Croix alone and another 3,600 plus in St. Thomas, we can't be doing our children no justice. And then to have these testimonies come before us and we just glance over and keep going. I mean, people are really frustrated out there. So my question is to you, AG. You spoke about your recent appointments of special agents, and we're going to go there because I have a concern. But before we go there, you spoke about having these new appointments, both St. Croix and St. Thomas, and you all actively collecting on all outstanding arrears to include the redistribution and undistributed funds. Can you tell me, or your financial person, to date, how much have we, and I'm talking about this calendar year, how much have we, or since you've brought on these special agents that you're talking about and you aggressively collecting these funds, how much monies have been collected thus far in arrears? And if you don't know, you could tell me, let me say ahead. If you don't know, you could tell me you don't know at this time. I'm just asking it so as we lead up to the budget cycle, that we are able to answer these questions.
Okay, I don't know at this time, and I need to let you know that those agents just came on board like about a month ago.
I understand, but I'm going based on your statement that since these agents were hired, that's what we got to be careful in what we're crafting. I was going based on your testimony that since these agents are on board, that we have been aggressively collecting on all outstanding arrears. So we could get that. Just have that number for the budget cycle.
Okay.
My
Just
concern.
To be clear, it did say that we have begun.
My concern, however, is because I want to make sure that we're doing things properly. You said that you swore in these special agents. How was this done? Have they been post-certified and went through the process? Because since we have enacted the Peace Officer Standard Training Council, the Attorney General doesn't have that authority to swear in individuals just like that. So I would like a little clarity there, please.
My understanding is that they are post-certified, and under Title III, in the BI Code, the Attorney General does have the authority to administer oaths. But
to administer oaths.
My understanding is that they're already post-certified as peace officers. They already have their peace officer status.
To administer oaths, yes, but in this case, we're talking about administering the oath to a certified peace officer, and that authority comes under Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code for post-certification. Let's not let's not get the administration of oaths taken out of context. But in this case,
I think
it has to. In this case, it must be under the guidelines of post-certification. So I just want to make sure, because let me finish, AG. You always do that. You always try to speak over. You will always have an opportunity to respond, AG.
I'm trying to correct you.
AG, you can correct me when I'm finished, not in the middle if you believe that I'm wrong. I mean, you are the chief law enforcement officer, and you know you can't go to court and do that. I mean, let's not have to go through this again today.
We're not in court, sir, but go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Gibbs. I will be quiet and let you speak.
So wait, Senator Gibbs. Excuse me, Attorney General. However, in this session, we're not in court, but the time actually belongs to the senator. So you have to respect the senator and wait for he's completed, and then you'll be given time to respond. Bear in mind also, there's a court stenographer trying to type what you're all saying. So both persons talking at the same time, and they can't do their jobs efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's why I should have reminded the AG. I don't want to go back and forth. But if the stenographer was sitting in front of me, I know she'd have done give me a bad eye, because she can't hear two people talking at the same time. And I really, truly hope that we get back to some semblance of regular hearings here sometime. So we'll move on from the concern and caution that once we're bringing on these peace officers, that we do it under the guidelines of post-certification, which is under Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code. There's no going around that. Back in the day, Bureau of Corrections, who fell under the Department of Justice at the time, the Attorney General had full authority to swear in those officers after they have done whatever course of training that they have put in place. However, since then, the Peace Officer Standard Training Council has been put in place under Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code. Now, what is a basic or practical timeline of completion for these cases? What's a typical completion from beginning to end with the same paternity and child support cases?
Are you talking about from the time someone comes in with a request or an application for support?
Yes, and let's have a perfect scenario so we don't go all over, because I know it can be very lengthy. But if you know where a parent works, everything is in place and whatnot, from the time a parent files a claim, how long should it take to completion?
I will refer that to the Director of Paternity and Child Support. He'll give you the most comprehensive and clear answer.
Terrence Joseph, once again, Director of Paternity and Child Support. I would say, given a perfect scenario, as you stated, Senator Giddens, I would say about 4 days.
Wow. Okay.
And that's barring the application is returned, payment is made. That's barring all of that. I would say 4 days.
Understand. That's in 1 week. So we could say that will never happen here. And once determined... Say that? I'm sorry.
I would never say that, Senator. We are improving constantly. We have looked at our mistakes of the past, and we are constantly improving. There are some applications that's going to come forth before the end of the year that is going to put to question on what you just stated, that will never happen. It will happen.
Hats off to you and the division. Once a determination is made and an order is given, who follows up on the order?
Can I answer again?
Yes, that's for you. We're right in the division.
I just want to make sure I establish protocol. Terrence Joseph, once again, we make sure and that's the caseworkers. The caseworkers are following up to make sure that the orders are received by the individual or the entity to which we have to receive payment from.
Great. So the caseworker, and once the order is not adhered to, what happens next? Is there a show cause hearing? What takes place?
Well, we have a process where we reach out to the individual, trying to establish what has happened, because we can't just always assume that something did happen or something is of their fault.
Correct. Correct. Okay, Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph, so I'm saying once the order is not adhered to, I know you can't determine. So in order for you to determine what happened, you have to have what you call, I believe that you all will call it that too, a show cause hearing. So I'm asking you about your show cause hearing process. Are we having show cause hearing when people are not adhering to the orders?
We must, the court has asked that we must include all our enforcement mechanism before we can go forth to the court to have show cause hearing. So what we do is we try to go through all our enforcement mechanisms to make sure they adhere to the order before we can go towards Superior Court or District Court in regards to having or even the hearing officers.
So maybe I'm calling it wrong, but I'm not talking about towards the court. So what is the hearing call? What is the hearing call within the Division of Paternity and Child Support?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It's order to show cause. And with the order to show cause, we must adhere to all our enforcements available to us in regards to that matter before we can have an order to show cause. And this is discussed between us and the administrative hearing officers in both districts.
I don't know if I'm going too fast or whatever the case may be, but
No, okay. Okay,
listen.
we have a series of enforcement actions that we can do.
Okay.
And we must adhere to all of them before we can go to the order to show cause.
Before you get to the order to show cause in the courts, forget that part. We're not out of your shop yet. So I'm within your shop. I am saying an order was given to the parent to pay. And a year later, we realize, your agency realizes that the order is not being adhered to. What's next? When you start to take your steps now to determine what are the reasons why the parent is not paying, what happens? What do you call that within your shop? You also call that a show cause hearing when you call them back in?
Yes, an order to show cause hearing, and that's what I'm trying to tell you.
So what I'm asking, so what I'm asking is, how often is that done?
That's after we have exhausted all our enforcement remedies. That's what I'm trying to tell you in regards to revocation of driver's license, business license, passports, to that end before we can go to an order to show cause, because we have to go before the court and indicate to the court that we have exhausted all our enforcement mechanisms before we do an order to show cause.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it this way, Mr. Chair, and then I'm done. We're in the 5th month now, so the last 4 months, forget about me. For the last 4 months, how many of those show cause hearings have the Division of Paternity and Child Support had?
I don't have the statistics before me, sir. I'll have to give you that statistics.
Through the chair.
I'll have to provide.
Through the chair, can we have that information from the Division of Paternity and Child Support, just calendar year 2021 from January to now, and the disposition of those show cause hearing within the Division of Paternity and Child Support? This is a frustration that parents are having on the outside. Thank you.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Giddens. Attorney General, at this point, would you like to respond to anything that was stated earlier by the Senator?
I would just like some clarification. When you talk about orders to show cause, and that's not something like, oh, you have a number and then you have to do it. I mean, it's based on the facts of each and every case, and each case has different facts. And so there's just that process of first having to establish that in order to then get to the point of an order to show cause. But something has to give rise to it. So it's kind of hard. I think that there's a sense that, okay, there's got to be this much order to show cause or otherwise. But just to clarify with respect to that, but we will, Mr. Joseph will be able to provide that information in any event. I also just wanted to, as I was saying when I promised that I'll be really quiet while Senator Gittens talks, but I do want to clarify for the record that every single one of those agents that we're referring to in Main Justice and Paternity and Child Support are already post-certified. You have to be post-certified to even be a peace officer in the Virgin Islands. So just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Mr. Joseph, do you have adequate caseworkers in your division? Mr. Joseph? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, do you have adequate caseworkers? Do you have adequate caseworkers in your division?
Yes, where we're moving towards that end, and we're on a good road to that end. We're right now in the process of training a few more, and we're moving to that end.
Okay. How many caseworkers do you have?
We have approximately right now 10, and I think Trotman will give you a better calendar number of where we're at right now. Trotman, could you help me with that, please?
Mr. Trotman.
Sorry, Mr. Trotman.
One moment. I'll have to get the number for you, Senator, and get back to you.
Okay, I'm trying to
Because I don't have the breakdown per district. Michael Trotman, Human Resources Director.
Okay.
And we have hired a significant amount of the hires have been caseworkers, which we call the client facilitators and the case administrators. A significant amount of the hires, the new hires that are coming in, and we're in the process of coming in, are caseworkers. But it's still happening. We're still building that.
Okay. And Mr. Joseph, about how many cases are each caseworker assigned at this time?
Terrence D. Joseph, once again, Director of Paternity and Child Support. Our state plan indicates that we should have, for every caseworker should have approximately 500 cases.
And how many cases do you have now?
It's broken down by districts. Where right now we have over approximately a little over 9,000 cases.
All right, and all of the caseworkers are able to manage the caseloads that have been doled?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and this is why we're, as the Attorney General has indicated, we're constantly moving forward. We're trying to get more, because what we're trying to make sure is that there is an added balance in regards to the number of cases and the number of individuals available to administer those cases.
Okay. Thank you very much for your
response. And that is what I...
Go ahead, Attorney General.
Just may I briefly, yes. That is what I was referring to even in my testimony with respect to the significant amount of persons that we're hiring on board with paternity and child support. And as I said, it's a substantial amount of them are caseworkers and client facilitators and the customer service people. We're continuing that process. We did that. We were able to do significantly as much as we could with the funding that was made available in the FY21 budget, because the legislature earmarked approximately, I think, $600,000 for that, and we are filling that. That is almost depleted. That doesn't cover all that we need, but we're going in that direction, which is what Mr. Joseph was saying. We're going forward in that direction, and even as we speak, we are training some new ones so that then they'll be able to fall in and continue with the work that we need.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. And I think you stated earlier, but for clarification, what's the staffing makeup of your morgue on both islands? The staffing makeup.
On both islands, it's in, I did mention it in here. We have, of course, the medical examiners, one on St. Thomas and one in St. Croix. We have three forensic technicians on St. Thomas, St. John District, and 2 on St. Croix District. We do need at least one more in St. Croix, urgently, quickly. We have the forensics technicians, I believe, if you can correct me, Mr. Hunt, it's 3, and then you also assist. Am I correct?
That's correct, AG. I fall in as a third one, but St. Croix definitely needs a third so that one of those guys could get a break. Because as you you realize they're constantly traveling to cases in St. Croix, sometimes 4 or 5 cases at night. So sometimes they need a break. We do have the agents from the criminal division. They do assist us in doing that. But if we can get our own, it'll be better.
Mm-hmm. And we do have, with respect to our proposed budget for additional ones, we did include that, because we would need, as indicated, additional forensic technicians also in St. Croix, but also administrative specialists to administrator, office manager of the office as well is very important. And then we are going to be training persons to become, the death scene investigators and to get their national certificates. I think they call them medical legal certificates. So we're really growing it because it's really a career path with respect to the forensic technicians in that division.
Okay.
If I may, AG.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
If I may, the last person we hired for St. John, and that has worked out tremendously. We used to have to wait to pick up a body sometimes 4 or 5 hours, especially where we have tourists that may drown on the beach, and they're covered and left on the beach for hours for someone to come from St. Thomas. We have located and placed a technician on St. John. He trained, and we also have a vehicle, a medical examiner vehicle that's stationed on St. John, and he's able to retrieve the body within 45 minutes to an hour. So that's an improvement, especially for, the family of the victims don't have to wait and watch their loved ones on the ground for such a long time. So that's something that was done recently.
Thank you for that. And actually, it wasn't actually 4 to 5. It was more like 10 to 12 hours. I used to sit in those scenes many times waiting for hours for the vehicle to make it up on the barge. So thank you all very much for doing that for the residents of St. John. Attorney General, you also said earlier that the morgue on St. Thomas is fully functional and fully operational. You're shaking your head. Oh, okay.
We haven't been yet. And because the one last thing we needed was we have the computers down, everything is done, but we needed to get the x-ray machines because the MEs, the medical examiners, they really needed to have it on site so that they don't have to go to the hospital back and forth if they need to do some more x-rays on bodies. That x-ray machine is, I'm told I thought it had arrived, but it should be arriving shortly. Okay. It's in transit. And once that's here, that's when we open. I say I'm not going to announce the date for the red ribbon opening now that I know we got to have one. Okay. I'm not going to mention the date until it is here on the ground. At that point in time, the MEs will then be able to move into their offices. The autopsy suite is done, and we will have a celebration because it's been a long road. I know that.
So that's another one of your accomplishments under your belt.
Yes, yes. One of them that I can't say I did it alone.
Right,
a team effort. Lot of people.
A team effort. Okay, thank you for that also. And also we have a lot of, my time has been called, right? Thank you very much for the extra time, Madam Clerk. We have several families that actually have not been receiving monies owed to them that is deducted directly from the non-custodial parent, sometimes up to 3 months or more. What is the department doing to rectify the situation? Because many of these families, especially the children, depend on that money to actually eat.
That I have to say that is the biggest concern. That's just horrible. And that is what I meant when I came on board in 2019, that the worst thing is that children and families aren't being paid. And that was like part of the encouragement to say we got to do something. We come a long way to getting to that point where we can provide the kinds of services that we need, and getting the staff is absolutely necessary, and we're doing it now. Mr. Joseph, you can say any more specifics on how we're approaching that.
During this COVID, Terrence D. Joseph, once again, the director, during this COVID, we're taking a case-by-case basis, and I will ask that these parents reach out to the Paternity and Child Support Agency to forward their concerns in regards to the matter that on hand, so we can carefully investigate the matter and make a resolution to the matter immediately.
Okay, since we have you now, please go ahead and give her the contact number for those parents who may not have your contact information, please.
Well, they can call me personally at 244-340-244-3465.
And the office number?
The office number is St. Croix is 778-5958 or 775-3070 St. Thomas.
Okay, and lastly, my office has been receiving calls in reference to some non-custodial parents saying that they're working and still aren't receiving any money. Is there anyone assigned to work on those cases? Because in some instances, it's been about a year or so since monies were received, and where are those monies being held for those who aren't receiving anything?
And I would say to you, Senator, with all due respect, it's not something that we practice because we are required by federal law to turn these monies over immediately. However, if the situation has occurred, I investigate these matters quickly and come to a resolution as fast as possible. So I would ask that you forward the information to my office so we can readily make this situation a whole.
Okay. And don't want to play shit. In reference to other child support cases in which a judgment is made, some clients say that they have been calling the Department for information and they either get an attitude or no satisfaction. Do you have a specific person in the department to handle follow-ups to ensure that the judgment is being carried through?
As the AG indicated, we just get a series of case facilitators, which are the customer service rep, client facilitators. And so those are the individuals who are specifically trained to follow up without, let me be specific, without attitudes in regards to cases and give case updates to individuals who needs it.
Okay, and by chance, by the chance, are any of your calls sometimes recorded so y'all can listen back to them and see what kind of service is actually being delivered?
We are right now in conversation with the federal government to find out if we can do that because of there is some indication that we may be violating some regards as relates to IRS because some tax information that cannot be disclosed over the phone.
Okay, and AG, you're about to say something?
Well, two things. Just coming up with what Mr. Joseph just said, there are some particular precautions sometimes that we may not be able to use the same platforms like Zoom and other type of platforms because they're not secure enough with respect to the kind of information that we're dealing with. So sometimes that's not really available to us, which is like why it is sometimes we can't just have hearings on Zoom just like that because you have to be concerned about the kind of information that is included. So we don't do that. I also wanted to just quickly mention because Attorney Matarangas King is he's here and he's actually one of the hearing officers. Now, of course, he's a judicial officer, so he may not be able to say a whole lot, but I think that as well as at least of getting the understanding of how when the orders get to at least what they do, the administrative hearing officers, and then when they come from them, even if it deals with show cause, I would like him to be able to just edify the listening public and the senators with respect to that.
Okay, and lastly, where can people, Attorney General, where can people find your vacancy listing relative to the job requirements or salaries?
What we've been doing is we've been let me send that to Mr. Trotman. Mr. Trotman.
Good afternoon, Senator Payne. The vacancy announcements, I know for the last 2 weeks, we did a media blitz in the St. Thomas Daily News, as well as they're posted on the Department of Justice website.
And that includes salaries and job specs and requirements also?
It didn't have the salary information, but it did have the job specs on the website.
Okay, and where can they go to receive to find out the salaries? The salaries are being offered.
They can send me an email. Anyone that's inquiring about a salary for a particular position, they can always send me an email. Because with the, they would have to submit their resume to me so they can just send me an inquiry about the salary.
Okay. Isn't that something that y'all can put on? Isn't that something y'all can put on your website relative to, let's say, a low end or a salary range, like between, let's say, any position between 45, let's say, and 55,000, a salary range, so that the persons can actually have an idea when they're actually attempting to apply, or even just perusing, looking for a position within the agency? Isn't that something y'all can make readily available for the public?
Definitely, we'll work on that. The website is still it's new. It's been reconfigured, and we'll definitely work on that and getting that done as well. Maybe a salary range. We also just noted some positions also are also advertised through the Department of Personnel, sometimes LinkedIn, or other avenues. But we would work on that with respect to getting more information out as much as we can, at least with respect to the vacancies.
Okay, thank you. And colleagues, do you all have any burning questions that you'd like to ask at this time? Anyone? Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information. Go ahead at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to further encourage the AG's office, because I have been seeing a couple of their agency listings in the daily news. I just want to encourage them to continue those postings, and you could even use the, I'm not advocating for any particular thing, but I mean, we have two papers, the Daily News and the Avis, so put it in both and make sure that you advertise it freely on your website. But that's how you get people to gravitate to your agency. Once you put these postings out, they're aware of the vacancies, and you put up the amounts, minimum to the highest paid, and you'll be able to gravitate people towards you unless the salaries are that low. But what I wanted to ask the Attorney General, because I won't be able to go into the rest of these things here. I had a whole bunch of stuff on your rental of the buildings that you're renting and the Criminal Investigation Division, but there's something that's concerning. There's a matter where we have at least one person. I know we don't have the Speedy Trial Act, but why is it that someone will be incarcerated for more than 5 years and not gone to trial yet? And it's not that the individual is sitting in there pending some other case. This individual is actually in Golden Grove way past 5 years, and the case has not been called. Are you aware of that matter?
No, in no particular matter, nor would I comment on any particular matter or case or pending case. But what I can say to you generally is that there can be numerous reasons why a person is in pretrial detention, or for any. There are so many reasons why that is. It can be that there's a lot of motion practice, motions being filed, backlog in the courts. It's just, there's so many issues that could be coming up, that why it is that a person is still being held. 5 years sounds like an awful long time, but it is. I certainly wouldn't be able to say anything with respect to, or come up with any ideas with respect to that situation. But there's so many reasons why sometimes that happens. Cases sometimes are pending for a very long time. And I think that the criminal chiefs would be able to, tune in on that as to why it is, or what has happened as far as what they've seen. Attorney McRae?
Okay, well, no, I wouldn't prolong the issue. I'll reach out to your office so that you can be aware of that one situation. I just can't understand why it would be that long that someone is waiting a trial in custody. I've noticed an uptick with homicides and domestic cases. Domestic cases, especially since COVID has begun. What I wanted to ask was how responsive is the Attorney General's office in regards to responding to the VIPD's needs with an Attorney General? I know you have a shortage, but there was a point in time where an assistant AG was assigned to the VIPD. Is that happening? And if it's not, do they have 24-hour access to an assistant AG?
Yes, the VIPD, certain members do have the phone numbers, the cell numbers of our prosecutors, specifically designated prosecutors. And I'm going to let Attorney Chancellor indicate what that situation is, as well as Attorney McRae for St. Thomas. Attorney Chancellor.
Yes, good afternoon again, Eric Chancellor, Criminal Division Chief on St. Croix. Yes, we have a close working relationship with the VIPD. Several months ago, when the AG came on, she requested and required us to provide the names of several, more than one assistant AG, so that the VIPD could have contact with us anytime they needed. We have provided the names of 3 assistant attorney generals to VIPD with their cell phone numbers. They regularly work with VIPD. They call me all times of the night, all times of the morning. So they have total access. We work with them all the time.
And Mr. Attorney McRae, St. Thomas.
As far as St. Thomas, it is the same. I would say VIPD has been working with our office. They pretty much know the attorneys for each specific crime that they feel comfortable with. Those attorneys make themselves available 24/7. I'm contacted different areas. If you're talking about economic crimes, major crimes, homicides, those officers know specifically what attorneys to contact. Whenever it comes to DV, they know what attorneys to contact, and those attorneys work with them to help them try to resolve their issues, and that is pretty much on a 24/7 basis. Even though the staff may have, gone down, as far as the service that is provided, I think it has stayed the same.
Thank you for both responses. But, I'm asking this question based on experience and based on what's being repeatedly told to me. And what I just want to ask is that we foster a better relationship, and that we make these things, sometimes it feels like there's a lack of urgency. And I'm asking that we look into this and foster a closer working relationship, because I'm told that the process for getting warrants are very slow. You know how it is, the critical 24, especially when it's a homicide and you want to get a telephonic warrant and whatnot. We had this conversation before where I asked about how long, or when was the last time that you all did a telephonic warrant? Why wasn't it done in certain cases and whatnot? That's not what I want to ask today, but I want to say that while we're sitting here and we're providing these responses and whatnot, a lot of the players are saying that is not so, and we're having a hard time getting these items. So, and I did ask before whether or not assistant attorney generals actually respond to certain crime scenes, and I think I was told before that that was not happening. Is that still so? Do we show up on particular crime scenes?
Well, it's not necessarily so that we have to physically show up. With technology now, there is not a need for that. There are certain liability issues and everything involved, and safety issues to require assistant or AGs to actually be on the crime scene. So those are issues that we all have to consider. But we have encouraged, and I have seen or heard of when police officers are in hot pursuit, they're right in the middle of the situation, they can contact the assistant AG, and the assistant AG is working through it on the phone while it's happening. I have even gotten a call from one of the persons in St. Croix regarding a matter that they were facing right away at the time and describing what's going on. They can FaceTime if necessary. If they need to get that, need you to see something. I mean, we gotta start being more creative in using technology in getting what it is that we need to get done. And so I think that also something that is very important to note with respect to warrants. Everything before there's a warrant, as an attorney, as an assistant attorney general, as a prosecutor, is required that there has to be sufficient evidence to establish probable cause. And even beyond that, to be able to go at least close to beyond a reasonable doubt at that point where it can substantiate a prosecution. So sometimes warrants may not be immediately just signed off on just because the officer came with what they have. If there's more evidence that's needed, the attorney is obligated, even ethically, the prosecutor is obligated to make sure that there is sufficient to establish probable cause. But definitely, the work continues together in working together to try to get to that objective. But that is really the hurdle that has to be overcome.
See, thank you for your response. But you see, that's a problem that others have. We don't ever say, you know what, we realize where we have a shortfall and we could do better in this area and we will do better. We just come up with all the excuses and telling me about liability,
No.
telling me about, you see, you're ready to cut me off again. There was a lot of things that you said that I didn't agree with and I didn't cut you off.
I'll just shake my head.
So what I'm saying here is telling me about liability. Man, listen, I was a detective on the road, and I understand what the process is. And one of the things that I keep telling you all, colleagues, is that as a detective, I would have preferred gone to the U.S. Attorney's Office to discuss a matter, because if I went before the Attorney General's office and say, hey, listen, I want a warrant and I have A to Z, our local AG office would say, you don't have it all day, you need to go back. But they don't tell you particularly where you don't have it. At least if you go on to the U.S. Attorney Office and you say, hey, I have A to Z here, they'll say, no, you're missing LMNO. Go and come back with that. Whereas if you go on to the Department of Justice locally, you're changing something where you didn't really need to change. I'm not talking about that process itself. But I came into this body here and supported for the attorney generals in this territory to get higher paid. We're talking about collective bargaining agreements. Our attorney generals are being paid now. And we sitting here talking about liability, that they can't go out to a crime scene and ensure that we cross our T's and dot our I's. 21 homicides we're talking about in the space of 4 months. Come on, man. How much time we going to sit down here and take all this bunch of excuses all the time with these high-paid individuals? I'm truly getting sick and tired of this whole process. We sit here and we accept all of this over and over and over. But every time they come and they want more funding, more funding, more funding, we find the funding and provide it. And then we still get nothing but excuses. Here it is today, parents or children, rather, can't get their monies through paternity and child support. We're talking about 20+ homicides in 4 months, and we're giving excuses about liability that they can't appear on scenes. Man, this is really frustrating. But I can't accept these type of things, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Attorney General.
There is, first of all, that I think that it is terribly unfair and wrong, actually, what the position that the senator has taken with respect to excuses. This is not about excuses. Probable cause is required. When you're an officer and you're sitting and you're prepared and you're trained to be on crime scenes, you have the protection, you have you're trained in law enforcement to protect yourself. You have your guns, your arm, all those kinds of things. That's what you're trained for. And you go on the crime scenes. This issue of liability with respect to attorneys on the scene and prosecutors on the scene of crimes puts them in a position, first of all, of possibly being a witness, as well as putting them in the position of being in a dangerous position that they are not trained to do. They're trained as prosecutors. However, that's why it is that at this point where it can be even more effective, where you can utilize the technology in order that when the officer is at the crime scene, they can not only have to call them and explain what's going on, but they can actually use their phones to be able to show what's going on, and that is even assistance. These are not excuses. We don't make excuses. These attorneys work very, very hard. I know you're talking about your experience with the AG's office when you were an officer. I imagine that happened years ago, because I don't even think that I knew you when I worked here. But nevertheless, I'm talking about what's happening now. And these officers, these attorneys are constantly on call. I mean, 24/7. I have attorneys who are I don't care what they're doing, Sunday afternoon, they're jumping on these calls. Sometimes I've gotten calls from maybe a police, and I just call one of them and I say, look, I need you to call so-and-so and help them because they're dealing with a crime scene right now. And they jump on it. They don't make excuses. They do action. But I'll tell you, you have to have probable cause. Now, I understand, and you talk about going to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Back then, again, a long, long time ago, I don't know how many of them used to be on the crime scenes, but I'm telling you that as far as the prosecutors, that's who we are. We are trained to do that. We're trained to assist and provide the consultation and the legal guidance necessary to the police officers while it's going on. But probable cause must be had before a warrant can be issued. It has to do that. You can't just approve a warrant just because. And yes, our attorneys, they explain, they talk and they explain what is needed. And then they send them and they say, okay, and then they come back and they get the information and everything. And finally, we're able to go and get the warrants and everything that's necessary. But you have to go through that process. That's the law that is required. But it's very unfair to say that we're making excuses. Our attorney, we don't make excuses. We take action.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just sat here and talked about earlier today about this Takata airbag settlement. I sure we sat here and heard them talk about 10 of these high-end vehicles gone to the Attorney General's office. These same attorneys that I'm talking about have a car to take home 24 hours, have a government cell phone. If that is the case, then what's the reason for having these resources on a 24-hour basis? Right now, the Virgin Islands Police Department Victim Witness Advocate don't have a car to respond to a crime scene. But we have attorneys with a car 24/7 and a cell phone. Commissioners with a car 24/7 and a cell phone. What are we talking about? That's why I say excuses. And I'm not here to have a back and forth or discourse with this. But I could justify what it is I'm saying. And I will never tell anyone to push forward any affidavit for a warrant without having the necessary basic information that you need. So, I mean, don't take what I'm saying out of context, because I know about the elements of the law that will be required to secure an arrest or a search warrant. I rest my case.
Mr. Chair, and this is not to go back and forth, but I do have to clear the record. I think that the senator gave the impression somehow that every attorney got a car. That is not the case. The only we have criminal chief always has had the car in St. Croix. The attorneys do not have 24/7 luxury cars, as indicated from Senator Gittins. But that is not the reason. They're working hard.
All right, thank you, Attorney General, for your responses. I'd like to say thank you to you and your team. And at this time, I'll give give you a minute or two to closing remarks.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to thank you for this exchange. I know as I indicated earlier when we first got on, it is so important that that we all work together as public servants and you know, come forward and, you know, try to meet our challenges and work together, not as adversaries, but really together in the same, you know, in the same boat with the same, our same clients are the people of the Virgin Islands and this community. So I really appreciate this exchange. I really see that that this body has such a great interest in solving the problems and helping the department solve its issues to be able for us to carry out the services that we have to serve with respect to the people. You are in the position, of course, as the legislative branch that you control the spending and you have the spending power. And so that coupled with our responsibility to then carry out what it is that we have to do, we do need that kind of support as well. I appreciate it. I appreciate every moment of it, the questions asked and everything, because it's so important that you ask, so that the issues that are of concern to you are brought to the forefront, and that even then we can see the ways that we can address them to make our services, or to create a situation where we're able to provide the services that we need to provide to the public and the community. I am very encouraged by this discussion in every area. I'm very encouraged that we can continue to work together in partnership, even though we may disagree, even though we may have certain issues. That's perfectly fine, because I think that encourages us to improve in whatever area we have to improve in. So I appreciate that, and we will continue to do what we have to do to work our very best and our very hardest to carry out our responsibilities in the Department of Justice. I want to thank my staff, my management staff that's here with me, and the staff that is watching. You know, really a great team. These are dedicated servants, and I'm just going to leave with just this one thing. These are people that a lot of the people you see sitting here and work hard. These are the people. Sometimes I'm writing an email at night at 11:30 at night, 12 o'clock at night, and I'm sending an email, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, they're going to get it in the morning and they can always answer. I get answers back. Okay, I mean, I have put forth challenges, and these people stand up and meet the challenge. I don't care, Saturday, Sunday, I don't care. So I'm saying that these are hardworking people and working for the service to the public in every area they do. So I want to thank my team. I want to thank the Department of Justice staff that's watching, and I want to thank you, this committee. Senators who have participated and have always sent out, you know, notices to me that, you know, I want to see how we can help you. And I greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
All right, thank you for that, for your closing remarks. However, I think it's Chief McCray. He said that lunch was going to be a you today. So I'll let you do this. We'll get you the next time, okay? Thank you so very much. Thank you all to your team. Thank you all so very much for your testimony. Thank you all for your responses. To media, you guys rock. You guys rock. All right? So lunches on Meet the Media. I got you all today. I got you all. Colleagues.
What about us?
Well, Attorney McCray, he said he gonna take y'all today, and next time around, okay. Since he was, you know what I mean, since y'all dropped the ball for us, so next time we're gonna get you for sure, all right? Okay. To media, to Central staff, thank you all very, very, very much for what you all do, for not just myself, but for all of the senators and stuff. It's truly, truly appreciated. And don't forget, we're coming to the close of it, but today is TGIM. And lastly, last but definitely not least, don't forget Sunday is Mother's Day. So once again, to all of the mothers in the Virgin Islands, happy, happy, happy early Mother's Day. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, this meeting is officially adjourned.